1-2, check Chuffy 1-2. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganji Kid. It's midnight. It's always midnight. Just in casual mode, just testing out a new deck that I've designed. I say designed. It's probably going to be a bit rubbish. It's Boar Rogue that I've designed. Boring Rogue. That's what it's called. So I'm just in casual mode quickly. Still haven't drawn the chuffing boar, so it's a bit of an issue. Definitely going to need more survivability. Already I'm feeling I'm going to need more survivability. All I did is pick cards to support the boar. We haven't drawn the boar yet. Gotta try and get my face on the chuffing thing. Oh, what an idiot. I should have played that and then I've done 3, but then I couldn't play that next either. That's a turn 6. And there's the boar. There we go. Got my first boar. Right. Choose a friendly beast, shuffle 3 copies into your deck. After another minion dies, become a copy of it. And the other one I want is... I'm not playing the boar, fuck off. What I want is the one that becomes a rush. So I can play the boar, rush, and become copies and all this. I definitely need more survivability. I might need a bit of stealth or some shit on my face. Just homebrewing a deck. And up in the top left corner you might see got the YouTube of what we're doing here, but I've also got other YouTube channel that I listen to, you know, just chilling, listening. I forgot to put shadow steps in the deck. We're getting our asses handed to us completely. So I've got too much. This needs to go because I'm not. That's not getting popped, is it? It's not working for us. Might as well just play this. Tell you what's really good about this is with shadow step. That's 8 damage when it comes in. Like it comes into your hand, you play it. You shadow step it, you play it again. 8 damage. That's actually a really, really solid card that people totally sleep on, and you can possibly do it. Like you got 2 of them because they're just commons, sorry, rares. So you can have 2 of them, 2 shadow steps. That's 16 damage. Obviously, you need them to come into your hand this turn, so that's a bit of an issue. But Rogue doesn't have problems drawing cards. They're very, very powerful though. I'm not going to be able to do... There we go. That's there. Finally, I got it. Stealth.
The dead never rest.
Do I want to become a copy of it or shuffle it into my deck? I mean, if I do this, then it's gone. I could trigger the death rattle. Actually, the death rattle's lasting 3 turns isn't very useful to me, actually, is it? Because... that was a mistake actually, because all I'm doing is equipping the sword once 3 times. Like it doesn't work. So like these have to die. It's not that I can trigger the death rattle 3 times. Is it? I think that I have to have them individually die. So I ballsed it up a bit. And this is the principle, isn't it? That oops. No. Fuck. Fucking up already. I'm definitely going to need some shadow steps in the deck, and I've got too much card draw, not enough deal damage or do anything. At least I'm not wrecking my my ranking. On deck. Boring. Right, so we're going to remove some stuff. The Auric Ambush is a good card, but it doesn't actually help us really for this particular thing. It does kind of actually. immediate damage on board, isn't it? It does kind of help us. I think this tradable's got to be good, because both it's tradable and it deals damage on the board, help us with the board. I think we want to remove this. Getting the Acolyte going at all? I want more stuff to deal with stuff on board. Deal 3 damage, discover a spell, which obviously I can choose a good spell if I've got an option. 2 mana, deal 3 damage, honourable kill. This secret looks interesting as well. It's a real shame that we haven't got, you know, can create more secrets minion. Haven't I got Toxic Zaril? Isn't that Zaril? Said I wanted more shadow steps as well, didn't I? Not so happy about the Shroud of Concealment. It's 3 mana, draw 2. Healing or armour might be good. My Death Rattle cards cost 1 less, is, you know, my boards cost nothing. Battle Cries trigger twice, or Death Rattles trigger twice would be, no, not Death Rattles, Battle Cries, because when I shuffle them in, that's a Battle Cry, isn't it? That's a Battle Cry, so that's very situational, but I'll pop that in. We'll go another run, see if I'm still too soft. I reckon I'm way too soft. You know, I don't think I've got enough in the deck to deal any damage on board or get anything going on board, unless we draw the right cards in the right time, right order. I think it's a shit deck, to be honest. Going to listen to some of this DSP phoning it in. That being said, podcast.
Put on their headband. It had Splatoon characters on them.
Yeah, it was just that. I mean, that's just Phil being Phil. Nothing else to say there. But
yeah, the second thing is they announced a bunch of Yakuza games. One of them is a remaster of one of the Samurai games, which will also come out in overseas, because the original only came out in Japan. But anyway, I wonder what kind of weird things he'll conjure up about Japanese culture, because whenever he plays Yakuza games, he always says the weirdest things. Like, he makes up...
I forgot to take the graveyards out, so I'm an idiot.
Such strange things about the Japanese people and how they perceive the world. For example, I remember when he talked about KFC being very popular on Christmas, right?
yeah,
And he said that it's because Japanese people are stupid, because they think it's gourmet quality food from United States of America.
blood.
So wrong. And Phil, they're talking about Darksyde Phil. I'm just going to chime in when I feel like it. A bit of react. One of the things that annoys me about him, one of the things that annoys me about is that he'll talk about authenticity in other cultures without having any perspective on it whatsoever. Having never been there, never been to Japan. He's probably met a few Japanese people in his Street Fighter days. He's probably met a few, but he hasn't been to Japan. He doesn't know. He's not an authority. He's got no, he can't claim to be. But yeah, he'll speak on that matter. Or he talks about the authenticity of Italian food. It's not like authentic Italian food from Cincinnati or wherever he's from. You might think that you get authentic Italian food in America, and you might get some authentic Italian food in America. I don't know, maybe, but my guess is that authentic Italian food is predominantly served in Italy, and to have a really good perspective on what is and is not authentic Italian food, you'd have to probably go to Italy and eat some of it. Because authentic Italian food cooked by an American in America might be slightly different in some ways, even if they, I don't want to use the word style because Phil uses it so often, but even if they style it in an authentic manner, it might start to deviate from that authenticity over the years. From what I can see, it has. And most people who do go to Italy talk about the food as being, quite sensational and revelational out there. So yeah, what does Darksyde Phil know about Japan, eh?
Fucking boiling on that one, yeah.
Yeah,
So
when you can just type in on Google, why do Japanese people like KFC on Christmas, and you find out that it's because of a marketing campaign from like the 90s, which was a smashing success. So
So it just that, I mean, nothing else to say but Phil being Phil. He read a Facebook, he probably saw a Facebook link that said that, clickbait. Japan loves chicken, and that's it. And he's like, okay, and that goes into the brain, and he's like, yep, I know about that now. Let me tell other people about the fact I know. And then he just goes on about it. How many games have we seen that? Just like one nugget of truth, as Phil likes to say, and then he just goes off for a minute when it's like literally one sentence that he learned, and now he knows everything. But Caesar, nothing to say, but you are correct, my friend. Anything else for us today?
Just realising the Sinister Strike here pairs up very well with that card that draws if you've done more than 3 damage to your opponent. I'd actually be surprised if I get both in my hand ever to play them at the same time, but I do think in certain decks this card's intriguing me just in the back of my mind. But let me show you. We're talking about this, the Crooked Cook, for a minute. At the end of your turn, deal 3 or more damage. If you've dealt 3 or more damage to the enemy hero, draw a card. Like, card draw engines are quite valuable in Hearthstone, and this one's got 4 health and might manage to stick a little bit if you can make it. And there are some decks where you think, oh, I'm always going to be, like, if you're doing a lot of chip damage to your opponent's face in a bit of a zoo deck, or if you're running a bit of face damage, you're probably quite likely to have done that and be able to use that. It's quite situational, but if you've got something that can activate it, like we saw Eviscerate would count. Anything that you can throw at your opponent that will do 3 damage in one card. It's a 2-card combo, play a card, draw a card, but it's situational. It's not like 2 mana 1/4, draw a card. It's 2 mana 1/4, maybe draw a card, maybe draw another card next turn. But it's so situational, isn't it? So it falls over. If you go into Wild, which I can't when I've got this deck open. If I pop into Wild, there's another card that draws contingent on health. There it is, Soup Vendor. And I was interested, I'd used it with a Paladin deck that was basically heal based. So I did restore a lot of health in that deck, and it doesn't always work, but when it works, you pop that on the board, you restore your health, you've got other stuff on board defending it, maybe a few taunts, and you can sit there drawing you a card each couple of turns, and if they damage your taunts or other minions, you heal them. It says more to health to your hero actually, so maybe that's wrong. What I used to pair it with was the card that takes away all your health and gives you armour instead in Paladin. Thekel, isn't it? Thekel, where are you? High Priest Thekel. Convert all your heroes' health into armour, all but one into armour, and then so you've got like lots of armour. Actually, with the 40-card decks, that might be a pretty good shout these days. You've got a lot of healing to do. Then you can heal all your health back up. So having that in the Soup, every turn you get draw with that Soup Priest thing. If it works, it doesn't. Again, it's combination, it's situational, and if you're going to go through the rigmarole of doing a situational combination, then you might as well be killing your opponent with it, not just drawing cards. But I did used to use it. It was a different, interesting way to look at the game. So I'm just looking. What am I looking for? I got health typed in. I think I built the deck the wrong way. In a way, I think I built the deck the wrong way. Look at that, too many 1-drops. But lots of 1-drops is good for the Edwin potential. It's a bit of a cheesy deck this is, isn't it? What else can I do? Can I do any damage on board? The Pirate package does a lot of good on-board damage, controls the board well, but we're not really running any other pirates. classic. Might pop one in just for old time's sake. Deal 3 damage to a minion. If it dies, your next card this turn costs 2 less. That might be nice. I quite like playing around with things. I think I like the SI7 agent because it gives me presence on board as well, but I'm going to take it out and pop in that just for a bit of fun. Then we're going to run the deck again. See if I can get this sword going at any point. We'll play 2 more games with this setup, and then we'll switch out to something more winning on ladder.
Well, the only questions I have left is what was for dinner?
Oh God, you go first, Sam. You always have the best stuff. Cat, what about you? Give us.
Valera versus Hera.
Get there, my friends. But yeah, we'll talk about the Japan stuff. I'm gonna like do a little bit more digging on.
Got a boar in hand.
Phil has said about Japan, so I can have more.
Got that in hand. That's all good.
He has said some things that are just. It's just funny. Phil being Phil, of course. But
I need to catch up on this stuff. I've kind of, I feel like I've heard about it, but not witnessed it. So
that Splatoon playthrough was Phil, of course, level 1 thinks it's deathmatch. That's all it is. Splatoon is deathmatch. Like the paint element has nothing to do with.
I think they're right about that Splatoon thing. And part of the eloquence of Splatoon is that you don't have to kill your opponents to help win the game. You can paint the rest of the scene up. But yeah, and you talking about this Splatoon thing with Phil again. It's bizarre to me. I'll check through his old videos. He usually played Splatoon 1. He played Splatoon 1. He's like acting like, oh, I don't know how you do this, or what's this, or what's that. Like, he fucking played all the Splatoon before he knows what's going on. It's weird to me that he's like, oh, our bumper does this, and I need to use a special. Like, has he forgot? It's only a few years back.
The game for Phil, which is like kill as many people as possible, which is not how you're supposed to play that game. That's what makes it unique. I think Phil said they should have.
I was thinking maybe we need to draw the one that shuffles the boars into the deck as well. Maybe because we need more boars. So if we play the one, we kill it. We played 2, we don't shuffle any in, we're in trouble. We need to shuffle them in first, don't we? That's more important, if anything, than getting them on board and killing them. Because as soon as I played it, I've got to wait to draw the other one before I can shuffle them in. So maybe the boars are limited by the ability to shuffle or resurrect or create more. This gives us the opportunity to create more. That's 1 extra copy for each of those. But we need more to start with, yeah. Thanks for the rope, you chuffer. I'll just pass. I'm just going to assume when this happens, I'll assume my opponent is off making a cup of tea and they're rushing back to the computer and they're not just being rude.
What is his one? He has one fucking line, so good. Like they should have a mode that's like deathmatch. Like what? That's kind of not what they want to do with this kind of game. They're trying. That's what makes it special. And he's like, and of course, when every game does the same kind of shit, he says like nothing's unique anymore. It's like, anyway, let's not get too deep in that.
Nothing's unique anymore, except everything that he repeatedly calls unique.
Yeah, with that fighting game or whatever. Or the review he gave.
So now I've got an option. Actually, I've realised that I can play this. I can play the boar, and then I can shadow step the boar. So I can create a copy and that can play on board. It's an option, isn't it? It's another way of creating. I don't create an additional boar though, do I? But at least I get the boar back, so I can use it with the shuffle when I need to. I've got the shuffle prep now. I've got 2 elements of it. Once the shuffle goes off, we can start playing the game. So I think I do need a lot more. Maybe I need a different deck that is a bit more board, not boar control, but board control based, and then chuck in this Bran, boar, shuffle card, stealth card. 3 times 2 is 6. You still need to draw them and play them. They need to die. It's quite a slow thing, isn't it? And it's dependent on the initial card draw, so it's a bit rubbish. I'm glad I'm looking at it though. I can see why it's not meta. No one's going to do damage to that because my opponent's not played anything. There you go, there's that. I'll have that.
Here we go.
So 3, 6, 7 mana for that. So you have to get up to the... I mean, I could play one, shadow step it, reduce its cost, make it cheaper, or I get scabs and reduce the cost and I can do it, but again, I'm going to have to get up to turn 7 to be able to do it, aren't I? So, how ironic. Cock end. Obviously my opponent's not going to play anything, so I can just do what I want really, can't I? But which is annoying, because I want to get a feel for what this deck would be like to pilot, and I'm not getting any idea because my opponent's just not playing, so... I can play that any time because it's stealth. If my opponent clears the board, then it's gone, which is a shitter though. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play Bran, Shadow Step Bran. So now I've got a cheap Bran. I'm going to trade that. And that's me. Draw one more card. I might even get to see the board thing though, if my opponent... Oh, and I won't get to see it because my opponent won't kill my boars. This is just fucking stupid, isn't it? If my opponent's not going to play, then it's not going to work. So I'm just going to concede. Fucking dickhead.
It's like he's...
One developer, by the way, guys. One developer.
One game. Best game ever.
Every time now I see that fucking Shinko short. Hey guys, I played this, it kicks ass. Got great graphics, great visuals, created by one player, it kicks ass. I just hear that in my head all the time now.
Absolute god tier. Just, oh, yeah.
And they move him away from the screen and comes back. Oh my god, Shinko,
Yeah.
if you can hear this, you're a legend, my friend.
He's on a roll.
Dago's in the house right now. Question or comment, my friend?
I have some comments that will go back in time, so sorry
Cool.
if I confuse anybody.
Nope.
I wanted to bring this up the other call-in show about around Cat's birthday when he did this like schoolyard bully kind of beg where he was like, my wife gets what she wants for her birthday. Like what she like if she wants sushi, she's gonna get sushi. And it was like this weird kind of thing of like, I'm being a good husband, I'm providing, but you're gonna be paying for it, and you better pay for it because I'm in the hole on this. So that one just tickled me.
Yep.
But fast forward to another food topic because that's Phil. The restaurant thing, that tweet thing he wanted to comment on, and how it just ended with him just being like, "Great, everyone hates me." That's what I wanted out of this, and you could tell that he was just like losing connection to his audience, what he so like covets.
Yes.
That particular discussion that Phil was talking about, oh great, everyone hates me now, is because he was making light-hearted. He was trying to use Twitter as a basis, like a content basis, and he was talking about on Twitter they're going off it, talking about these fast food restaurants and having a debate about Red Lobster, whether Red Lobster is good or not, and he like discussed the whole debate from both sides and really came down heavily on the side of Red Lobster's a load of shit, but he was trying to, I think if you watch maybe satirical television or something, you might go, oh look, people are making some jokes on the telly, this is how it's done. Oh, did you see that Twitter the other day? Did you see that Twitter? They're talking about the Red Lobster. Oh, did you see that Twitter? And like, instead of that, he just he turned a light-hearted conversation about American fast food habits and people's opinions on Twitter, turned a light-hearted little jocular piece like that into a sort of 20-minute rant about Red Lobster and people on Twitter, and like they say, alienating the audience. It was... No, it didn't matter which side of the debate you were on. Phil managed to argue against your point of view. So instead of, he felt like he was taking the middle ground and sitting on the fence, which he definitely wasn't. He was saying Red Lobster was shit, but he managed to offend. If you like Red Lobster, he managed to offend you because it's shit, and if you think it's rubbish, he also managed to point out that people think it's good, so you should let them have what they like, and like I don't know, he just really didn't catch the vibe of... I could understand what he was trying to do. Take a simple Twitter piece, something in the news a bit funny, let's have a little laugh. And also, interestingly, Phil's Twitter feed is obviously full of all this stuff about fast food restaurants. And it wasn't on my Twitter feed. He said Twitter's blowing up, it's trending. I never saw anything about it until he brought it to my attention. So, yeah. What am I doing here? This is a bit annoying behind this, because whatever I pop down, that's going to be able to kill it for free, basically, for 1-3, 3-1. And I'm not going to be able to pop through this unless I get some sort of shadow step action on the go. So I've got to be tentative with what I throw down. Don't really want to waste these 4 strike. I'm going to throw this down, see what we get in hand. Ice Trap. When your opponent casts a spell, return it to their hand. Instead it costs 1 more. What have they been doing? They've been buffing, discovering class cards from your deck, drawing copies of it. That could be handy. Let's have another go. Summon a death rattle that costs 4 or less. It's not going to happen, I haven't got any. What's nice about what I'm doing here is that if they do want to trade, now you know you're trading with a 1-1, so fuck you. And I will pop the Ice Trap. Let's hope they're not stream sniping. It's always good to play your... if you've got Tess in hand especially, it's always good to play these other class cards as quick as you can get them and not have them clogging up your hand. Because Tess is going to try and replay them, and you know you want those secrets to be on and popped, or you know you want things to be out of the way. Reporting for duty. I don't really want that death. I want to be able to control when that happens. So the next silver hand you recruit +3/+3 and this death rattle. It's a good card, that is, but my ability to deal with it is either to silence it, don't have it in the deck, or to freeze it or whatever, don't have it in the deck, transform it, don't have it in the deck. I might be able to get it from something like this, discovering a spell from another class. I might be able to get some devolving or evolving or whatever. But if I can choose when it happens, that's good for me, because or it's going to give the next one they summon the death rattle. So if I could choose it, that's good for me. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to start drawing with this. Am I hoping to draw a 2-drop? Is that what I'm doing? If I play this, I'm hoping to get a 1-drop. If I play this, there's another 2 in hand. I've got a bit of a mana, mana issue. Maybe that's better. Maybe it's better to play the biggest one, because with the mana float, I'm floating 1 mana there, not 2. But I'm going to do this and hopefully draw a 2-drop. Nope. So there you go. Big 3/3 with that death rattle coming up. Press your button. Or maybe they want to play something else, and it's something that hits 6 mana and you don't get to press the button. That's summoning 1, so there you go. Quite interesting to see these silver hands coming through with these buffs. I mean, your success in this deck, that extra added oomph, is contingent on drawing that 1 legendary, and my opponent's drawn it in the first third of their deck, so lucky them. When it's me, I will never draw these things, so I think we're pretty fucked now. Yeah, I think we're pretty fucked. That's pretty good. Could help us out. It's pretty expensive, but could help us out.
Here we go.
Let's see, what do I do?
I've got enough in hand to play my next turn. I'm popping the Shadow Step on, because if I get to play Tess, Shadow Stepper, I mean, I haven't got much good going on with Tess. I'm not going to get to play it, I'm going to get murdered, look. My opponent's playing a little bit robotically.
Remember this
No, they're real, aren't they? They're not a bot.
graced with my presence.
The Divine Shields are a massive issue. I'm not going to be able to clear this, am I? I'm going to need something 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm looking for freeze, 3 mana freeze. I haven't got many other options. I can't keep him off me.
I give up.
Hearthstone's I know why I left Hearthstone. It's got really rubbish because it's so fucking aggressive. Like, you got no time to do much. You just get your head kicked in. Like, this is a deck that I like to play, Disco Mage. Oh, yeah, there we go. Disco Mage, Discovery Mage. I like playing Discovery. Bit of thought goes into your choices, doesn't it? But let's see how many choices we get to make. This is a pure... I can go climb the ladder if I want to and go hard on the meta, but this is a pure example, this one, of the way I like to play Hearthstone versus, you know, how you're supposed to. Look, my opponent's going to burn my face to death. And I'm going to mess about. I'm going to mess about.
But
Go ahead, Sam. Looks like you want to say something about that.
yeah,
No,
go ahead.
I was just going to quickly ask because I heard him say that, but I can't remember what it was in relation to. Was it just the DoorDash thing? Not the DoorDash, the Burger King thing, or was it something else?
The most recent, like, everybody hates me
Yeah.
comment.
Yeah.
It was I think on the 12th, he did a pre-stream where he was talking about how there was this like restaurant chain like debate on Twitter, and he was like, I wanna add my opinion to it, but he didn't do it on Twitter. He did it on his stream, and it was just like this weird rant about left and right politics, but through the left.
When I get this in my hand with a coin, sometimes I'm tempted to coin it out, because certainly against this mage, like if they're spell based, they've got nothing on deck, that could start doing damage. But I didn't coin it out, I saved the coin. But and yeah, they're saying the same thing. You know, they turned this thing about Twitter conversation into a left-right political debate.
Ends of chain restaurant, I don't know, and
Yeah.
basically he was just fence sitting the whole entire time, and most of his chat was like not into it, and
Yeah.
that's when he just felt really shitty that he like, why did I attempt this, because it went nowhere.
Yep. But like he can't say anything controversial anymore, which is like
Yeah.
he's bland DSP now, so he can't risk saying any opinion at all unless it's shitting on something, right? Shitting on something for some reason is cool for him, like he doesn't mind that, but that's it. It can't be any other thought. He has to say like, and if he does, he always prefaces it with like, "It's just my opinion," you know. It's everyone's entitled to their opinion, but like.
Also, if my opponent's unable to put something on board, looks like he's going to burn my face. Look, if they're unable to put anything on board, then yeah, they're just trying to burn my face. Then the only thing they might use is they might use the skeletons. That could get something on board for them. But until they get to the 10 drops, which are their big minions, they're going to throw at me. They've got a bit of a problem here, haven't they? Unfortunately, my ice barrier is not going to go off. I'll just burn their face, look. I'm not putting out my snowman quite yet, because if they can target a minion and the minions next to it or something like that, or do a bit of AoE, they'll get the snowman. Oh, there we go. Should have seen that coming. And they're swapping the deck because all those ignites might come back better. Maybe they just got a shitty hand, I don't know. I'm not having this, not happy now. I think I'm doing this and this. I want to reduce the amount of damage coming in, and now I can hit an honourable kill with that next turn. reduce the cost of the spells in my hand. I can pick a spell, that's going to be good. I can discover a spell, that's going to be good. This is what I like, discovery, mage. No, I like... Oh, no kilobytes, that's fucking weird because I'm plugged in at the wall, so I should have perfect kilobytes. Thank you. It's come back on again now. Hope that didn't fuck up the stream. Looks like we're rolling anyway. There's the skeletons. Probably kill a skeleton, but first we're going to pick a spell, aren't we? So, freezing everything is good for me again. What are we on? I need fire, don't I? Do I play this and this now, I think? I'm possibly going to get more skeletons come at me, aren't I?
Works against me.
I'm going to play this.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
I don't think this counts as casting the fire spell, but it's just nice, isn't it? It's just nice to have. They're definitely minion based now. Oh, didn't think they'd be minion based. Might have a bit of a game on. Still no fire spell. So if I play this, discover a spell, and then I can reduce the cost, I can then play that as well. Looking for a fire spell. There's a few. I mean, that looks lovely, doesn't it? The mass polymorph, it's standing out to me for future turns. The frost solid alibi looks good for saving our ass. The fire sale looks good. I can just drop the fire sale now and clear the board. I kill my own minion, but then I complete my quest. So go on then. What? I thought it was deal 4 damage. I'm an idiot. I'll take this now then. I thought it was deal 4 damage. I'm going to take some more damage next turn, but don't worry, Cone of Cold will kill these next, so that's all alright. Or I polymorph and then Cone of Cold. A bit stupid of me. Now I'm getting pounded in the face, so we're going to die. They put that out there to stop the Cone of Cold, so are they sniping me or what? Or are they just clever? No honourable kill. I don't want them drawing any more cards.
All in due time.
I'll play this first.
You never knew who you wanted.
It's nice having options to try and keep the board at bay, but they're burning my face down as well, so I'm kind of fucked. What does this do? Right. Let's get rid of these.
Your soul is bound to me now.
Fire, Frost, Arcane. So fire and Arcane. That's Arcane. I'm not going to get the honourable kill though. We'll just chuck this out.
Works against me.
And that doesn't count as casting it, you see, so still got the fire and the Arcane to do, but we can do the next turn. If we've got one, if we have another turn.
What's this? If you go back 5
See what I mean though? This is current Hearthstone. I'm not doing anything particularly bad. It's just my opponent and the damage in hand. They're able to just... They're now up to 4 damage hero power. We're approaching turn 10 and I'm nearly dead. dead by turn 4 these days, isn't it? If they weren't controlling the board at all, I'd be dead.
Years even. He would say that kind of nonsense to try to get some rise out of people, you know, like kind of like happy to share his opinion. I want to be the realest motherfucker on the internet. That's a long time ago. But like, think about how far he is from that now. He doesn't say anything anymore, you know. And when I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, and when he does, he shits on both sides. Anyways, like he finds a way to shit on both sides.
Yep. Go ahead, Mercat.
Yeah, he is kind of pushing the envelope on the amount of bullshit he can actually say that others will tolerate in his chat without actually completely zoning out or calling him out. So the more often it happens, the more often we're gonna see those people just start calling him out. Those people that usually listen to him and buy all that bullshit, they're gonna start calling him out.
And the last thing I want to leave with is some advice that a mantra that you should have.
Okay.
And a great businessman said this. Every day of my life is the best day of my life.
I wonder when did he exactly say that? What year was that? You know?
It was I think it was around like October or September. I was hunting for clips for something, and I just heard him say this. He was somebody asked him like, oh, you know, what's the best moment in your life? And he was like, oh man, I couldn't really, you know, pick. I would say, you know, every day in my life is like the best day. So avoiding it again, but
I think I might know when this happened. I think it was right after the first Keemstar confrontation, when Keemstar was about to retire, and then DSP shat on him, and then Keemstar clapped back and triggered a midlife crisis, like an actual full-blown midlife crisis.
Because now, once you drop that, you can discover spells and like smash your opponent's face in. But my opponents just smashed my face in first before I got there.
yeah.
And one of the first pre-streams was just the cope stream. DSP was just coping about his entire life.
You're pretty spot on actually, Meerkat. It was actually April 6th of this year.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yep.
Which was around his birthday time, and that was around the time the whole Keemstar thing was going on.
Yeah, and think about how
Oh,
this
yeah.
year has went for Phil. Well, how Phil would like us to think this year has went, right? This is one of like, well, as it always is, every month, every week is the worst week of his life, and something bad's happening every single week, without fail. Something bad's happening.
I'm just going to get a drink from downstairs, so I'm going to have to leave you with some nice relaxing music. Maybe we should change deck. Let's go relaxing. Oosh.
Happening. However, every day is the best day of his life. It's really weird. Like, how does that happen? I don't even know. What's going on? I don't even know.
Not enough support, I guess.
Yeah. But Dayglow, that was some good thoughts. Got us talking. Thanks so much, my friend.
Yeah, no
Hey, big
problem.
ups, Diglo.
Thanks, man.
You are a legend. And yeah, it's the what's it called? Duality of a man. The duality of a DSP is every week. It's catastrophic events are happening. If I don't get support, this horrible thing's gonna happen. Yet, I'm having fun with you guys every time, every day, interacting, meaningful streams. Right? It's just. It takes such a. It does take just level 1 thinking to see through that. right? Level 0.5 thinking, you can understand how ridiculous that is. But yet, right? But yet. That's all I
Not
can
even
say.
like level 1, it's like more like main menu thinking. It's like not even tutorial, just like the intro screen with the logos of the developer. That's all it takes.
Yep. And he's been
And that's-
stalling on that menu for 14 years.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
But yet, he's having a great time. That's all we know, is he's having a great fucking time. And every game is the best. Every stream's the best. And he loves interacting. But anyway.
Sure he does.
Next caller, Dan Dark. We're having a fun one today, and I hope you got a good question or comment. My friend, go ahead.
A bit quiet there, Chuffer. Stop him and say he's a bit quiet there, Chuffer.
Now adding that they gotta search through all.
Not critiquing, not criticising, it's just, you know,
a specific moment in the week.
your guest doesn't know that they're quiet, so you just stop them straight.
Stuff that they have
I know everyone feels a bit awkward, like, oh shit, they're talking and they're a bit quiet. Just stop and say, oh, sorry, by the way, can't hear you. Just 1 second, you know. Might as well, so we can get to hear them.
videos,
But whatever.
to the streams, give the money.
I'm being
give
critical because I'm
subs,
tired.
Everything. We make fun of that this is a cult, but it's a cult.
Yeah. I mean, okay, you take this one. How much can the fans still take? Is there room for more taking? Bending
You know
over and
what?
taking.
A bunch of those dudes watching him and supporting him probably have nothing better to do, so they feel some sense of responsibility and belonging, and like sort of like they have a job, except they don't have a job and they actually just spend money on some fat loser. But kind of like a pseudo cult, they get this feeling of belonging that makes it kind of worth it to be sitting through all these stupid talks every single day and having to like videos and write bot comments for fake engagement and stuff. But how long can they take it? I don't know, man. As long as he asks them to, they're gonna take it. And if they give up, then another batch is gonna come in, but that batch is gonna be smaller than the one before until there is nobody left.
Yeah, we're really sort of diminishing down to the very, very hardcore.
I was expecting my opponent to have something to deal with my onboard minion because they're a rogue, but on next card this turn cost 2 less and they chose not to play another card. That's a bit strange. I predicted they'd have removal, and I predicted they'd want to remove that. So instead of putting the weapon up and then dropping this, I'm now going to drop this without the weapon up and assume they can't now remove it, based on the fact that they just used their good removal card. You know, it's a 5 mana. Sorry, 5 health. So it's harder to remove. It might be a bit sticky. There you go, see? But I'm not going to be attacking into that in a hurry. So, what a shitter. I need to get rid of that. And that needs to go. I am going to be attacking into it, look. I'm going to be fishing. Dealing damage. So next turn I can do 2 damage, weapon up, 2 damage, shadow step, 4 damage. So I've got that, or I can hit here, and then next turn 2 damage and it's gone. But I assume my opponent, I'm not actually going to hit, you know, I'm going to leave it up like that, because my opponent's going to want to trade with this now, aren't they? They're going to want to deal with some of this. Fuck, they got the null. But see, I knew they'd trade, but I thought I'd get the extra hit off it myself and keep it up. But this is the way we're going to have to go now. I'm going to kill this first, and then just think about what I want to do. I can hit and do it again, you see.
Here we go.
I've taken the 5 to face now, and I've wasted a shadow step. But, you know, we move forward. I mean, they got a bit lucky there, didn't they, with that fucking awesome card. Draw a holy... They've drawn spells off it. It's a 5 mana 5/5 taunt. They got it for basically cheap. And it set off their null. That's alright. It's, you know, I said I like to just... That's the game, isn't it? That's what happens. They're controlling board. They've got some draw now, haven't they, as well? Oh no. Just going face. I love it when I get burned to the ground before I can even get going with my cards. It's all fun. And 4 mana, 4 damage to face. You know what a shit game Hearthstone's turned into. dead by turn 4. I'm not playing an awful deck or anything, it's just this is how it goes these days. I'm not getting major luck on my draws, but it is what it is.
I'm here for the gold.
If you make it to scabs, I'll be surprised. Like my opponent's going to hit me for more than 7 this turn, leaving me with less than 7 for next turn. Watch. Oh no. Not got any more face damage in hand. I wanted to get more cards in my hand from other classes to make this cheaper. Well, there's no point in playing it for 5 mana, is there? But I might have to. I feel like an idiot now. You never know, I might make it. I should have hit and then pressed, but you never know, we might make it. My opponent's only got 4 cards in hand, but now they're going to draw a whole handful, watch. I'm moaning. I'll shut up.
It does seem like at the moment.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I piece of peace. Sorry to start you off, but I say I'm cut you off. But
No, sure.
piece of peace. I asked him that directly. Now he's at the point now where it's more than ever before is being carried by whales, right? So it takes a whale to get to to get to $100. You got to have a whale in there now. When it used to be, hey, you got 20, you got 10,
And that's not even a good scabs because they get 2 really powerful cards back in hand.
5, 20, and you get up there, right? Those days are long gone, right? It's long gone. It takes one person to give a big amount now for him to be. This stream was great. I love this game.
I did
God, here we
notice
go.
on his birthday, a bunch of new people showed up. Like actual genuine supporters, seems like. And most of them were like super chats and stuff from accounts that I haven't seen before. But they did look kind of genuine. And they were like small amounts. But it seems like there are still some people that care, but not enough to like actually carry his business as he wants them to. So of course we gotta resort to the pay picks and the hardcore whales.
Now, again, I just can't keep my opponent off, can I?
Sorry to keep talking here, but
This isn't even a bad deck.
Sunday stream, guys, was the fishing one was one of legend. I have never seen such panic. Right, was the right word to say it. He was in a panic of the lure streak. He wrote lure streak on the corner there, and it's such a. That was a sad one. Like that's where you're like, man, this is painful, man. A guy just struggling, like drowning in water, saying like, please, for trying to get those fish, and just trying to do all the DSP things that are all bad, but he thinks they're entertaining, and it's just not working. Guys, I don't want to harp on this. How many times do you have to say, I don't want to harp on this, to realize you are harping on this, right? I mean, there's a limit there. I don't know what the number is, but I think it's like 5 or 6. And
Burn to the ground again.
Like 30 to 40 times.
Didn't get to turn 10 again. Not because, I mean, I wasn't particularly hard on board there. I didn't have very good draw, didn't do very particularly. And this deck's not awful, but again, you can't.
It's a shiny one. It's long.
Dead fights, like they weren't exactly controlling the board, were they? They were just fucking smashing me in the face.
And that was scary. That was very bad. But I'm done here. Dan Dark, any other question or comment?
Nah, that's pretty much it.
All right, my friend. You are a legend. Thanks so much, my friend.
I actually think sometimes the way I like to play Hearthstone is not actually the way Hearthstone's supposed to be played. The objective is kill your opponent as fast as possible, yeah? So the people that are beating me are doing it better than me, full stop. I'm not getting salty, I'm just saying like they're doing it better than me, but I want to play a bit more of a tactical, slow-paced game. Maybe Hearthstone's not the game for me. Maybe the things I think I love about it have been sort of ironed out of it over the years, and you know, taking your time over your turn, thinking about it, favourable trading, all that. It just, you know, it kind of goes out the window when you're just trying to burn your opponent to the ground as quick as possible. We'll see. We'll play a couple more games. Wild's even worse.
Yeah.
Dan Dar coming in hot here, and that's a nice one here. And yeah, that was a very special one, and we almost got to that level again with the, I forget what stream was though. Do you guys know? What was it, Monday with the Earthbound before he got whaled out? I think that was a good one, where he was feeling it. It was like $9. Oh yeah, that's the one I didn't tweet about. It was $9, right? $9 in tips for like 2 hours. He's like, guys, I want to do this stream. A lot of people asked for it, but then he got whaled out by some whoever, $199 or whatever. But it seems like those are coming more and more to end this little rant I'm going.
Yeah.
Those days are happening a lot. Where
I was thinking that next turn 3, I'll play this, I suppose. I was thinking that I might draw some pirates before then.
Oh
he's
yeah.
disheartened. He needs your support.
This deck works at its best when you draw those lower cost pirates for your early game instead of drawing your 2 late game cards and a game that's a card that's contingent on having played some other cards. I've got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's probably about 9 or 10 cards that I'd rather have in hand here.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could still technically call
There's
it
one of them.
crowdfunding, but it starts to feel less and less like crowdfunding and more like what it is. It's not a community effort anymore. It's just this small little handful of people that really, I guess, must feel like they have to prop this business up. It's very. I don't know, it's just a very alarming situation to witness.
I think they're missing a trick there as well. I think what's happening with Darksyde Phil at the moment is he's in a sort of rejuvenation period because YouTube is not. What am I trying to say here? Let me just do my turn a little bit. What a shit hand again. I feel like I should shadow step this. I like to save my shadow steps for my power cards, but I feel like a shadow. Oh no, I just can't now because I've got that on the board. So we're going to go for a swinging attack. We're going to put the pirate. And if that's on the bottom of the deck, it's got to be that, hasn't it? It's got to be that. And I'm going to attack.
Here we go.
Didn't draw a 2-drop or a 1-drop out of the, a quarter of that deck is 2 and 1 drops. Trade that. Save the coin. Yeah, Darksyde Phil, he's been on YouTube for so long that what happens on YouTube, I'm an example of this, is that you build an audience maybe and then they grow up or they move on or they do different things and you might retain some of them, but you go through a sort of recycling process with your audience. You lose subscribers, you gain subscribers, and you get new people involved, and there's always some people ebbing away and some people coming to it. That's always going to be the case. So I think Darksyde Phil's going through a process at the moment where maybe some new people are coming in and they're supporting him because they don't have any longer term perspective, and the fact that I don't know how he gets 200 views a day. Some people can buy views maybe, but maybe he's just getting 200 views a day by merit of the algorithm or whatever, by being there consistently. But his streams seem to get viewed a lot, not so much activity in chat, but they get viewed a lot, and that pushes them up the algorithm. And so there's people discovering him for new, and they're just younger people or people that are like, oh, this looks reasonable. Streamers get tips. This one's on the internet asking for tips. I'm gonna have to play this. Hope for something. Give your minions or summon a treant. Deal damage to a minion, cast a secret. Deal 1 damage to a minion and its neighbours. Improve by spells. I'm gonna take that, but there's this Trog on board, so it's an issue. So I'm not thinking on playing it. I'm gonna swing. Gonna get my head kicked in. Yeah, so I think he's getting these new, recycling effect happening. So the newer people are less aware of some of his misdemeanors, maybe, and just take him at face value. And at face value, sometimes, even though there's a lot of critique of him, in general, there's a lot of streamers who maybe aren't as entertaining. There's always stuff going on his stream. He's there consistently. I can see why that might happen for him. And then the other aspect is that some of these older people who have, let's say you were 8 or 9 years old and you were trolling Phil, or you were 17 years old and trolling Phil, and the years have gone by and you've grown up a bit and things have changed, and you might feel a bit guilty or a bit whatever. Such a fucking shit draw, I'm fed up of just drawing shit. I sound like Darksyde Phil. I lose a game and I blame it on the game, but I'm going to keep persisting with this deck for a couple more games because if I'm getting shit draws, I can only, the luck has to change, doesn't it? That sounds like a gambler. Fuck, that's how Hearthstone gets you, doesn't it? But theoretically, statistically, I should now have a game where I draw some of those early game cards and get to play them, and I have something on board and then have a chance. Oh god, and who knows what might happen. Again, I'm going to just ditch everything in favour of the 1-drops, of which I got none. Oh, you chuffers. Yeah, so I think that also these people feel guilty over the years, and they look at it and they see all this negativity still going on, and they like what I did was I gave Phil the benefit of the doubt. I know I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt for some of the past indiscretions, like being a racist on stream or certain stuff like that, but what I am giving you, I'm able to play slow against the priest. Look, they're not putting anything on board, so I just weaponed up and I'm going to draw next turn and then start dropping my smaller things, but complained about didn't have them, have a 2-drop, didn't play it. But yeah, so I think some people actually feel guilty, and I think they then go back to his stream and like watch him and he's suffering and struggling, and they just think, look, he is pathetic and this begging is sad and whatever. I see through it and all that, but just drop your bone, sorry about all this, old chap, here's your bone, sort of thing. So if I had this on board, I'd have been able to kill that now, so things are all going to kick off here. They're going to buff this up and they're going to just annihilate me now. I shouldn't have been leaving that on board. I played wrong. I should have played the Tuskar. See, fuck, I'm an idiot sometimes. They can heal it as well, so there's not much point in me attacking this. I might as well. I don't know what the point is here. I can't reason it out in my brain, really. Fucking rubbish.
Here we go.
What I'm trying to do is get a bit of a wide board. I'll be able to drop this and maybe contest, contest that fucking big chuffer that's on the board. But there's no point in doing the damage to it now because he's just going to heal it up. So I did some damage to it, inviting that heal. But there's no point trading at the moment. Yeah, I've gone for more. Oh, it's this fucking Naga deck. I hate this serpent wig. It's this fucking Naga deck, man. This is a monster. This priest deck. Every time you play that Naga, you play that serpent wig. Bang, 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 and you just play loads of Nagas. It's very board based, and that means the serpent wigs are always free. So, loads of buffs. It's a fucking nightmare for me. I've only been left with one thing on board. I've got no board presence. Like I was saying, if I can get wide and have board presence, then when I drop that, it helps me to reclaim the board. And I do want to play as many pirates as possible so I can go into action, but fitting the right amount of mana in here is a bit annoying. I think I'm just going to play that. It just prevents the face damage for a turn, and it allows me to get my mana in a better shape next turn. Oh god, I haven't seen that for a good few years. I mean, I've been away from Hearthstone for a year, so I didn't expect to see Lyra. The old days coming back to me now. I don't want to say PTSD because it's a real thing, but trauma, Lyra trauma, emotional damage. There's the serpent wig. I don't know why. Are you buffing? Oh, there we go. Look. So now I can't get to you again. So many things I need to destroy on board. So unable to do it with my board-based strategy because I'm behind now. It's all crap.
Let's see, what do I take?
Yeah, so I think that Phil has these. I saw. I literally. Okay, so what I did was I was aware of all this Darksyde Phil stuff. I was watching this Detractor content, and then I thought I'm going to watch some Darksyde Phil streams. Like, you know, not ironically, I'm just going to go into his stream, be a chatter, be a real person, and just take it for what it is. I know in the background of my mind, like, he hasn't apologised for some indiscretions that I think. The reason he hasn't managed to make reparations is because he possibly still has those feelings and thoughts. So I'm not, you know, going in there as a fan or anything, but I just wanted to watch it and see how it was, you know, to have an opinion firsthand. And it was all right. You know, if you were just watching a stream for some computer gameplay, a bit of chat, it also had that added bonus of the chat is a bit risque and exciting because some people are in there being trolls, and, you know, some people are fake accounts, and, you know, it had a bit of intrigue in the chat as well. I'm not going to get to play any of these. So I think some people might return and see that he's still being bullied on the internet, and that's, you know, I don't want to say Detractor content is all bullying necessarily, but in a way, you know, you could say that. We'll have to talk to Steve more about, you know, what is bullying, what is detracting, and where the lines are drawn and stuff. But, you know, anyway, these people might come back, see this negativity about him on the internet, and think, oh, but, you know, it creates sympathy for him. He's struggling. They're all, you know, riffing on him still. You know, I watched it, I bullied it. I didn't, but, you know, people might say I left all this. I was part of the negativity. I've caused him to feel bad over the years. Look at him feeling bad. And you might feel a bit sad, and they might be in a better place in their lives where they can afford to just throw, you know, 30 quid at him. They might just say, look, here's 30 quid, Phil. So I think he gets a lot of donations from people's guilt that have returned to just, you know, poke their noses in and have a look, and then but those people won't be consistent and maintained, but there will be quite a few of them. And I think he recycles views as well. Not views, I think he's recycling his audience. We're all in an ever-present moment of some people leaving, some people arriving. We're all always recycling our audiences, but I think Phil is more so, you know, he has a lot of people that left, and then he's struggling hard to draw in some new people. So I think he's more, you know, I think, you know, his content, his method of growth relies, it's not trying to get the old people back, that's what I'm saying. He's trying to draw in new ones, so he's actually trying to recycle himself, his audience. Just get my ass handed to me with all my decks today. All my shit decks. They're all shit. I haven't even got any good fucking wild decks. Because everything's changed in a year, hasn't it? Can't really, this time of night as well, I haven't got the brain power to put my mind to designing a new deck or whatever. I just want to play some fucking chilling Hearthstone. It doesn't feel very chilling to have my face smashed in by turn 7 every time. So the deck I'm going to play now is just all legends. It's a Reno Legends deck in May, just for fun, you know, just legends, all Reno Legends. And we'll probably, actually what we'll do is after this, we'll make a couple of Reno Legend. Oh, you can't Reno in Standard anymore, can you?
I must protect the fire. Your curiosity will be the end of you.
The Scepter's actually quite helpful here, the Sphere. I mean, this deck has no win condition or anything. It's just a load of shit. You don't even have 10 spells in the bugger. Just all legendary cards though, and you know what you're going to have for a 1-drop. These two. Let's listen to a bit more of this.
Yeah. It still does count like crowdfunding though, because you know what they say, 3 is a crowd. So as long as he got at least 3 pay pigs, we are crowdfunded.
There we go.
But you know, I thought it takes 3 to make a streak. So Phil put out the lure streak, just 1 stream too early, right? You know, if you got 2 wins in a row, that's a pair of wins. But the third, now you got a winning streak, my friend.
Yeah.
I feel like this whole Bassmaster saga has been nothing but gold, really. I think, you know,
The fish short. Oh
From
my
So
god.
good.
from the pre-streams surrounding it, you know, talking about going to get the short, the lures, and then the actual streams himself with the dangling of the lures, and
Yep.
you know,
It's like
there's a good supercut, or a this is how you don't play in that game. I think.
Actually drew a card that I can play,
How
look.
on the nose can you be with this? Is like, what is the next evolution of this? Like, actually, I don't know. I don't know. He's actually fishing for actual whales while holding bait in front of the camera. How much more on the nose can you get than this? How much more? It's so fascinating.
Yeah. And yesterday, we got to bring this up before we get to our next caller here. I did a tweet about this because this one really got to me, guys. So let's talk. And the one dude, it was $9 in tips. Phil disheartened,
Check this out.
guilt tripping everyone up the wall. Man, I want to keep playing this game, but this game's gonna take like 3 weeks, guys. I'm feeling nervous. Another famous word I love to hear.
Super
from Phil say,
choke.
I'm nervous. I'm feeling nervous, right? He just made the day before he's making $200, but today he's feeling nervous.
With Hearthstone, right, I played it for so many years, trying to get all these cards in the standard classic collection, whatever you call it now, and chose one of the last legendaries I managed to get, and it's such a cool card, and I was so pleased to get it. And then about 2 months later, they were like, "Oh right, we're fucking changing it all now." So what? I want to play my Cho. Oh, everyone's your Cho's worth nothing. Forget it. You can't even have it. And if it's going to be in the meta, we'll give it to you for free anyway. So it took me 3 years to get that. Do I want a different card? No, I'll take that. I'll take the spell damage, and I'll play it. It's an extra card for me, isn't it? Hooray! Sort of running out of cards in hand now. This looks like it might be good, you know, playing and drawing, but since we're legends, lots of things cost high mana, so it's not actually that good a card. But it's legendary, so go on, play a spell, you dickhead. They hate it. They hate Cho. They just don't. Everyone's so petty in Hearthstone. Like, what are they going to do? Give me one card. They're going to give me a card. They just don't want to. They refuse. I'm not playing it. I won't give you a card. Fuck you. We'll draw a different card to a 10-drop, shan't we? An 8-drop, okay. Thanks. Draw a different card to an 8-drop, shall we? A 3-drop. Okay, we can play that. Gives us some spells to play. Because they're going to kill Cho now, so we can start playing spells. We can give it to Cho, we can give that to Cho. Maybe I should have played Luna and shit them up a bit more, but they're going to hit that and use the hero power to kill it, because they're so petty they don't want to give me even one spell. Oh, they give me a spell! They did, lucky me. Well, of course, Vargoth and this, they didn't kill Cho though, look. Vargoth and this is going to... They're hoping maybe I play the spell and give them another copy, maybe. We'll have a different card to an 8-drop. Ah, piece of Cthulhu. If I play that, then I kill my minion and they get the card, so... Oh. 6 mana's a bit chuffy, isn't it? I want the armour, I don't want to give them a card. I could just ping Cho and then play the armour. That'll be funny, look. Oh no, wait, because Cho's gonna... Oh wait, they're gonna get that if I play it. I was gonna say I can give that to Cho and then attack, but I'm just gonna ping Cho. They're gonna... I'm so petty. Gonna do that. Oh, that was shit. Oh, that's my Kazakus. There's another card for me. Another nightmare. A load of shit. Give me all the best cards these days, don't they? See, I'm laughing now. I'm enjoying it because I'm having a fun time with a load of memes, and I know I'm going to get my head kicked in, but I don't care. I just hope we get up to like level mana 8 or 9 so I can play some good cards. And my opponents must be thinking, what's going on here? Because like I presumably have quite a good MMR, you know, even though I'm level 5 bronze. I presumably have a good MMR because, you know, I got to diamond again last rank, didn't I? So, presumably these are decent players with good decks, and they're like, what is this my opponent playing? They must have figured it's Reno because they've seen Kazakus. But do you think they realise yet that it's Reno Legends that they're getting to smash in? Do you think they realise they're getting to smash in some Reno Legends here? because they are legends. Pyros. Go on then, we'll do that. Take that. Play this. Play this. The tools of creation. That could do with being a taunt, couldn't it, really? You fuckers. 4-4, 4-4, 3-2. Yeah, go on, look. Have that. Now who's got a big Kazakus? Now whose Kazakus is rubbish, eh? Now who was a fool for pulling Kazakus? It's going to be dead next turn, of course, but next turn we can do some stuff. Look, we've got a Colossal, we've got a Death Rattle, we've got a Cthulhu. We're away now, we're at the races. And we know that every card we draw is going to be fucking legendary, so can't be awful. Although there are quite a few 5-drops with the piece, because I thought, 5's a nice middle ground. Can't play it early, rubbish late, good middle ground. Got no card draw or anything. Why are you doing that, idiot? Because Hackers is going to die because it was... You start off your next turn, destroy it. You didn't have to trade there. That was stupid. Maybe they wanted to get rid of their own card. Maybe they wanted to trade that off. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird choice. People make mistakes. I mean, look, my dad made me. Told you I had loads of 5-drops. If I play it, I might draw another 5-drop. Yay, but I don't want. I'm going to just take it. And I'm actually going to play something big and cool. 8 damage to all minions. Well, no, because there's no minions now. Play that, draw a card. Play this. Yeah, but then they can get rid of them. That's like a rush. It helps to clear the board. Choices. I'll play this. Draw a card. The tools of creation. And I might play that again. That's a really handy card to have, isn't it? It's a useless time to play it now. But I'm floating mana. I've got that next turn. Fuck it. Get another card. Get 2. What's it going to offer me? Load of shit. Oh, Jiraxxus. No, if anything, I don't want Jiraxxus, do I? Out of all the options you could give me, I definitely don't want Jiraxxus. Fucking knob. But it might be quite fun, so let's take it anyway. Got that now, that's good. That's some defensive manoeuvres for me. Next turn, do you want Jiraxxus first, and then Jaina, or Jaina, and then Jiraxxus? Which order? Oh, they're gonna pop me Quick Tree. They're gonna one-shot me down, aren't they? OTK me down. Don't you want to have some fun? No? Okay. 20 mana for you. Go on then, go ahead. Don't you want to have some fun? Look, these are all legends. I've got Jiraxxus. Jiraxxus first, then Jaina. We'll go back to being a mage. But I quite like creating the water elementals and having the lifesteal on that. Throwing that back out with lifesteal, getting bigger and bigger. And we've got Cthulhu as a finisher. I've never played, since that expansion, I've been playing Cthulhu decks. Never played Cthulhu. Never had the chance. They're going to draw all of their cards. What are they going to do? Togwaggle me. Don't know what they're up to. Ooh, Jandis Barov. Doesn't really matter because we're playing Jiraxxus, doesn't it? So I'll take Jandis. And this will shit him up. Hello. Hello. By the way, I'm Jiraxxus now. So every turn I can create these infernals, could throw out some stuff. I mean, this deck's fucking cool, isn't it? All these legends, it is fun. But if you're playing against proper decks, you just get smashed in, don't you? But the only reason we're not dead here is because my opponent's just assembling their combo. Oh, hello. Oh, it's not Denathrius, is it? Denathrius is boring. Oh, it is. It's Denathrius, gloopy Denathrius. There we go. Go on, look at you with all your mana, your cheeky mana. Well, it might not be Denathrius, maybe we get a bit of a game look, it's Ysera. I like to make copies of the Ysera and really fill my deck, but they're going hard, look, they're going hard now. don't know what card to play. I'm going to play that. Freeze them all. Obviously, I could play Piece of Cthulhu as well. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play some stuff that I'm going to trade with next turn. And then I'm going to Piece of Cthulhu them. Yeah. So I can trade with that dragon, definitely catch it in the Cthulhu, dealing 3 damage to it. 6, 7, 8, yeah. And then there'll still be a dragon on board, but I'll have a Baroth. Maybe something else. Please be a little health one. Ah! Right, now draw all the other cards, all the dragon cards. Keep drawing them. Oh, you bugger. Go on, yeah. Go on. Yes. And another one. Another dragon card. Draw it. Oh, you piss. Go on, you nourish. You're going to top up all the health of your, yeah, attack. Oh, it's the attack. Oh, that's scary. Ooh. I frighten. Ooh. Oh, what's that? Hang on, that's... Shit, okay, hang on, look. What about if I do this, though? Obviously, they're going to hit me with the Nathris, so it's going to fuck me over, but I'll do that, and then I'll just destroy that one, because it's pretty dangerous, that. Don't want to have that hanging around. Got my 10-10 Pyros. Ready for my lifesteal. I don't really want to attack. Let's go to face. Need to get my lifesteal elementals on the go. Could use that to do some damage to everything. Could get this out. Do some damage to things. Got some, you know, some responses here in hand. It's quite hard to fit that in on a turn. You need to really clear your opponent's board. Quite like this Dragon Druid deck. It's quite fun to play against. Well done. You know, it's fun. Pretty fucking solid, isn't it? Going up against the Treasure Hoard now. Don't think I'm going to get to survive, am I? I need to be able to trigger that death rattle somehow. Because there's quite a lot of damage on board now. Maybe if I put up Jaina, I might get there. You know, maybe I don't get killed with the extra... I can't do the maths. 5 and 6 is 11. 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14... 15, 16, 17, 18, and 8... 26, 26, and I'm on 21, so I'm pretty fucked. Pretty fucked. If I play that, then I don't get killed, but the next turn I get killed. Never going to get the Pyros out, am I? If I play that, 5 random mage spells, I could fuck up their entire board, man. Could fuck up their entire board, or I could just draw loads of cards and not do anything. Really random. I'm going to play this.
Do not fear power. Fear those who wield.
20... Is it 26? Oh, I probably counted wrong. They've probably got lethal. But if they haven't, then next turn we might survive one more turn. But it's all gone tits, hasn't it? It was fun for a while my opponent wasn't doing anything, but then it's all gone tits when they started doing stuff. 10 fireballs? Oh, they all hit me. Hang on, what? Shoot 3 fireballs at random enemies. Oh, so of course they're all going to hit me. What card's that? I've never seen that. It's fucking stupid.
And someone says the legitimate feelings of, it's hard for me to feel positive when Phil doesn't seem like he, he doesn't feel, I forget the exact fucking wording. I'm paraphrasing here, taking it out of context, but he said like, it's hard for me to feel positive when it feels like Phil doesn't really care about the people that are here, right? Because he's always thinking about, I gotta make a tweet, come back, and Phil said, stop saying the negative, never say that again, I'm timing you out, and go think about what you said, apologize, and never say that again. Fuck face. Alright? Now, if someone says that to anyone with a sliver of self-respect, right? You know, it's not like you're in school and someone says fuck face, you gotta punch him in the face, right? But at the very least, if someone says fuck face online, You're not talking to him anymore, right? Okay, I'm out of this person.
Just realised in that last game, my Reno card could have really helped me out. Like, any of my Reno cards could have really helped me out.
Stream, at the very least, right? That dude came back and crawling back. And I was like, man, what kind of a person can do that, right? If I called you a fuckface on this street, everyone, let's pretend I called anyone chat, I would never do that. But I said, you know, Barrett, you know I'm just joking, so I can say it to you, Barrett Wells. Barrett Wells, you're a fuckface. I would hope you'd never get on the stream again, right? I would hope. But it's just, that was so sad for me. I don't know if you saw that tweet, Meerkat or Sam, but that was just...
I've just popped it up on the screen, yeah.
Yeah, what was that quote? What was the quote again? I could read that one.
It's hard to remain positive when it feels like Phil doesn't appreciate the current audience's support.
Yeah. And Barrett, I was just joking 100%. Hope you know that. You're a legend. But man, that one got to me. Meerkat, any thoughts on that you can add or we go to the next caller?
This shit, like, it got me, like, climbing up the fucking walls. It pissed me off so much, man. This man deserves nothing in life. Like, genuinely nothing in life. And that's all I have to say. That's it. I'm gonna watch that clip.
They were legendaries. I get Rock Rager.
Someday on stream, and I'm gonna scream at him for like 20 minutes. So I guess come watch that one.
Yes, please watch that. And Barrett, once again, that was just for example purposes. You are truly a legend, my friend. And let's get to our next caller here. Another legend, and his goes by the name of DJ Runo, someone that has been featured on the show before, telling a great story about his journey from fan to
Shudderwock.
non-fan. DJ Runo, how you feeling, my friend?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you doing?
Cool.
Well, in a sense, I am a fan of the detractors now, so friend from fan to fan.
Yes.
If, you know, many people have caught Phil's rant about people going to places like Popeyes or Olive Garden and stuff to get the offense. Not, it wasn't Popeyes, but Olive Garden going to get, in quotes.
Again, we might have a bit of a fun game because we might get to play some of our cards, but at the end they're going to annihilate me with the Shudderwock because I've got no end game, but it'd be fun.
Authentic Italian food.
Oh, there we go, the authentic Italian rant.
Guys, it's the fake Italian food. Number one, the fuck do you care about where people eat? Number two, he also said these people are killing the mom and pop shops. Fucker, you had Dairy Queen, you got pizza from a super expensive place, which is not a mom.
I have got Cthuna's endgame, I suppose.
Mom and pop shop, you go to Costco, you go to Walmart, you order from Amazon. Yeah. Where is your point?
That was a special one, yeah. Like, I think Mystery said it best, like, blaming the pores for ruining cuisine or something. Yeah, it was so good.
Phil is acting like the 0.1%. Like, not even the 0.1%, where I think he feels he is. I mean, he is.
Is this Murdoch Shame? I thought it was Shudderwock.
Should be.
It's just these kind of, hey, I'm normal like you guys. Go ahead, Sam.
Oh, someone copies of this. Yeah, got
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. But yeah, it's this random, like, I'm normal like you guys, but then he says stuff that's totally not normal and no one else maybe thinks about. You know what I mean? Like, that's the weird duality of Phil again. Like, he's just like, guys, I'm normal like you. You gotta, people that go to those restaurants are horrible, right? But like, people go to those restaurants for many reasons. I like Red Lobster myself. Those biscuits are killer.
It's disgusting, isn't it, this Murloc stuff? Just fucking
dining,
disgusting.
And I'm not expecting fine dining, but that's just one of those things. Meerkat, anything to add on that point, or can we move on?
Man, that whole rant, I'm really glad I just followed it up on Twitter and I didn't watch all the clips, because that is some of the most
cast any
obnoxious
spells,
shit. This
ammo.
man does not participate in society to any extent. He didn't even used to pay his taxes until they literally forced him to. So he shouldn't have any opinion on any kind of society whatsoever. He should just shut up and focus on his TV and play his video games and not say anything about any other person ever again. Because he doesn't know the first thing about any other person ever, except his wife.
That's I think you said a tweet that said it best. Like, the person that never leaves his house has thoughts on, you know, the world. How can we ever respect the thoughts of someone that doesn't leave his fucking house?
Yeah.
And even with eating, he doesn't go out to eat anymore. He gets fucking DoorDash for everything, you know? And then he complains about how he gets it. Like, what? How do you fucking have a thought about anything? Why do people believe what you say? But
and it was all based on a Twitter thread about restaurants. It's like, DSP, you're not even like well informed about this thing. That you're already to begin with not well informed. Like, kind of by default, you're not well informed. and then you get informed by reading Twitter. Come on.
That's how he gets all his news. I know it's Twitter or I'm guessing Facebook because some of those takes are super bad and old. But yeah, Twitter is how he gets all news and how he learns everything and then shares that news. That's how his takes get so distorted and just lost. But DJ Runa, we're going too far. Anything else, DJ?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how American Italian food is, but Italy is like an hour to an hour and a half drive away from where I live. I have had Italian, like authentic Italian food before in Italy, and it's nothing like he prepares it or he explains what it is. Nothing like that. It's completely unique. No, it's just different. I mean,
yeah.
For someone who's never even planned to go to Europe, he sure has a lot of opinion for not knowing anything.
Yeah, he has thoughts about every fucking culture in the world, but he's never left the United States. And he has a lot of thoughts, though. He's a world traveler in his mind. That use that internet, Twitter, can just teach you everything you need to know. That's what I learned. Did you see the rant about the Italian food thing? I think the pizza was funny too. I don't remember what he said though. The nonsense takes on pizza.
Yeah, I think I caught some of it, and I think it was probably one of them where I had it on in the background, and then I was seeing people's reaction to it in the Discord, which is what I seem to be doing a lot of recently. Is just listening to other people talking about what Phil said. So yeah, I've got not much to say on it other than the guy's always got an opinion, and usually it's pretty terrible.
All right, DJ, I'm gonna let you go, my friend. You're a legend. Thank you.
See ya, guys.
DJ is coming in hot here. Yep, always good to talk to DJ Runo. And let's get to our next caller here. Keep the rapid fire going. Another legend coming in hot. Go ahead,
second, there was some fun thing that you said about DSP being on Facebook or something. That it's a funny idea that there might be a DSP Facebook account that's just called like Phil Burnell, or maybe he even lied about his name so he could hide.
Yeah.
And he has some sock account on Facebook where he participates in some random groups. That'll be very funny.
You know he does. You know he's in those. As our next caller knows, he does take part in the fucking WWE Champions groups, at least on Discord.
Oh, we got TJ on the phone?
Yep, he's coming up here.
Okay, get him in.
Let's get him in. Get him in here.
Hello, hello.
Hello, legend.
Hey, what's up, TJ?
We got to get you on the show still. We got to plan your show still.
Yeah.
We're gonna do that soon. But go ahead.
Interesting enough that you mentioned the Facebook thing, because recently in his WWE Champions group, it says that optional Facebook Messenger group.
Oh.
So I'm wondering if that is actually true. But my question for you guys, since I wanted you guys to elaborate on the name. Well, actually, no, I don't deserve to say the person's name that got shunted by Phil.
Yes.
So.
Realising why I quit Hearthstone again. I'm obviously just playing a load of off-meta shit, but I don't want to be forced to just play the meta, do I? But I don't know.
We had the chair spin. We had the Skittles. We had the bubble blowing. Now it is your guys' job to invent the new way for Phil to get money by tips. What is your way?
You know, I think this is going to be controversial.
I think there's a mistake there about the bubble blowing as well, which is like the hat and the bubble blowing. It seems like really stupid things that he does. Oh, we're doing we're doing a hat goal. Doing a goal. I've got Nosdorma in this. Well, I've got Nosdorma in this. I'm an idiot. Phil does these silly goals for his streams, and people think it's a silly thing. Like, who wants to see bubbles blown? It's silly, isn't it? But actually, just an arbitrary, silly, mandatory target, whatever. It just. Oh, they've got Nosdorma in as well. Jesus, how's that happened? I did it by accident, mate. We're playing Nosdormus. Hello. Bet that doesn't happen often, does it? Or did I just run? No, yeah, it's Nosdorma, isn't it? Yeah. Weird. Maybe they got the quest. Yeah, so I I think having any arbitrary target, it actually tells you in YouTube. It's part of the. It was one of the YouTube. It was one of the YouTube tips, you know, creator tips. Doesn't matter if it's a silly little goal, something, you know, silly or not, you know, like, oh, if we meet the tips goal, like we'll play this music or we'll put this hat on or whatever, you know, it might be a silly little thing, but it does encourage, like psychologically, it encourages people to tip and contribute and whatever, so it works for him, and we critique it and say, oh, it's silly and what have you, but how am I ever going to play Murdoch Holmes with all this ticking timer going on? Do you know what I mean? How am I ever going to play that? Let's do it now and just see what happens. See if the rope just ends my turn or what. Yeah, they're going to have one of those. Alright, fuck. I didn't even get to attack. Well played. Oh, this is fucked. Nice dorm. In a way I'm having fun. In a way. You gotta think about what you're gonna do next, haven't you? They're not gonna like the things that freeze them because they're gonna have weapons to attack with, so oh no, what the fuck's that? Where did that come from? Oh, it's one of these that tries to kill me really fast again. Good one. I've got choices next turn as well, I better think about what I'm doing. They're going to try and get to my face, so I'm going to want as many taunts as I can, really, aren't I? I'm going to stick with the taunts, I think.
Everybody's happy till the buck starts.
Ooh! I haven't got any spells. But they're going to think, oh no, look, Lyra. I haven't got any spells. Every time I can freeze their face is good for me, though. That's going to be going to their face all the time if I can. And we're charging up Denatrius now as well, so we should win this. I'm playing a meta deck now, but you know, we should win this. This is Trump's Transform Shaman. Be nice to have a spell and have some fun with Lyra, but oh, there we go. Transform enemy minions into ones that come. Yeah, that we'll do that. Go on then. Oh, I didn't get to play it. Fuck. Fuck. Oh no! It's all gone tits. At least we've got that charging up. I'll have to drop the big freeze. That hasn't turned into a big chuffer. Why not? Oh, they must have nerfed it since I last played, which was only a week or so, 2 weeks ago. Shit. Just gonna do that. See if they can do anything to attack me. If they can't, then I win. You know, they need to be. They've got a frozen board, so they need to be able to do something, don't they? Ooh. Destroying their own stuff. They're dead. Thanks, well played, thanks. Don't know why this is in my deck now. It's shit. But it won us the fucking game, didn't it? How did that card go from being freeze all of the minions and turn into a massive giant, from just being freeze all of the minions and be shit? Still wants the game, eh? Play 3 games with Nosdormu. I've got the quest. Alright, we'll go another one then. So I don't like the way the quests shape your gameplay like that, but fuck it, we'll just do 2 more of these. Chasing the quests. Fuck, I mean, I'm way beyond caring about XP and battle passes. Hearthstone is like, they've introduced these rune currencies, so that I need to find another game to play on these evening chill streams. I reckon that's definitely a thing now that I've got it all set up and running.
Yeah, and I'll let you guys give your. I think if he.
Do you know this is the only point in the game I've got time to think now, because Nosdormu, maybe my opponent's got Nosdormu again, so it's the only time I've got time to think.
Really, people love animals. They love cats. If he did like a $200 Jasper showcase, that would be really hot because people love animals. Cats are big on the internet. You know this.
No, you're wrong there. Alt Insider, that would look like reaching as well, using your cat for views. What the best thing Phil could do at this point in time is to turn into, like, legit, the best thing Phil could do if he wants to be big on the internet. Like, he could either carry on with what he's doing, and you don't need to make millions, you can just make ends meet. And it works for him, you know, he's found a technique and a system that works for him. So, you know, he gets the money. You can't argue with it, he gets the money. He doesn't get huge money compared to what he used to, but compared to me and my streams, he gets huge money. Like, Phil is consistently drawing in the money. So begging online, I mean, if you go on the street and beg, you know, if you dress all scruffy and go around and say, well mate, have you got any change? Like, eventually you'll get money. Like, it works for people who are on drugs. Like, you know, it works. So, can't argue that it doesn't work, but there's another point I'm going to make. Oh, that's nice. What's more important though is that for Phil, and I can't believe we're playing Nosdormus. For Phil, in his situation, the best thing he could do if he wanted to actually, like, you know, break the internet and be big and viral, is he could just do WWE champion streaming, unironically. Like, do you know, if you're like in you know Diablo, that awful mobile game that recently came out, the awful mobile version of Diablo, the pay-to-win fucking fiasco. I've forgotten to even pay attention to what my opponent's doing, so I'm just going to play some cards. Yeah, that Diablo thing, it wasn't good generally, you know, it's a bad thing, all that pay-to-win rubbish, horrible mobile system that Blizzard came out with, but the people that spent like $40,000 on it and were the whales and did it on stream, like, if you're a streamer, like Asmongold recently spent $1,000 on a game called Tower of Fantasy. So if you're a streamer, it's legit to be a whale. Like, there are people out there whose streams are just them whaling. Like, there's another guy called Rich Campbell, and like, it doesn't matter what the game is. Like, you got all the characters for Genshin Impact, dropped $5,000 into it. Like, his streams revolve around the fact that he's a whale and he spends big, and people tune in to watch it because fucking hell, that's like, that's content. Honestly, like, you hear what I'm saying here? That's content, you know, doing whaling streams, drawing the views. It'd be unironic. You'd be like, look, fuck this, man, I'm dropping all these big bucks, like, support me, put the money in. And people would say, look, this is like our account online, isn't it? I can't spend big money, but my favourite streamer does, so I'll give them 20 quid, everyone gives them 20 quid, we're a whale. And that's how the audience interact with it and enjoy it. So I'm actually going to play Nosdormu, I think. Did they just play Avalanche on me? How did that happen? So Phil could unironically say, look, I'm a WWE Champion's whale, and here's my, like, imagine the money he spent on it. If he admitted to it, he'd be the biggest fucking whale on the internet. Like, there'd be consternation online, wouldn't there? you know, man spends fucking 100 grand on video game, like it'd be in the news, and it would turn him into the most transform all friendly minions. Yeah, we'll do that. Then we're going to do this. We're going to do this, and then we're going to pick one that's shit, and we're just going to do this, and we're going to freeze that. I'm going to attack that. God, I need more time. Don't know. I've got Murloc Holmes in this deck. I'm never going to get to play Murloc Holmes and figure out what's going on. But my opponent's got an issue now, haven't they? You haven't got time to think what's going on. You're just dazzled by all the gold. But you play one card and kill everything, eh? But it was nice to see it there for a minute. Oh, shit. Shit. I need to kill that, so I'm just going to kill it because I haven't got any brain power time to think. And then I'm going to drop this. We're going to hit with this and then transform it. Hit, hit, hit. Pop that up. Attack. I'm not going to have a chance to play Murloc Holmes. So yeah, so if Darksyde Phil was unironically come out as a WWE Champions whale and did a few big whale streams where he literally spent money, big money on stream. Now it'd be like gambling streams, people fucking love them. People fucking love gambling streams. Like, it would be unironically the biggest move, career move, like the biggest balls career move, and he could be big balls about it and say, you know what, all these detractors taking the piss out of me, well fuck you, I'm spending hundreds of thousands of pounds on a video game because I've got big balls and I'm the biggest gamer out there and I'm the one that spend all the money and no one else has got the big money and the big balls to do it. So that's why you should watch me, because I'm Big Johnny Big Balls with my super they're a Reno. You have got Reno in standard. Right, we're going to maybe consider doing Reno Legends next then. I've still got another Freezer minion look, so just keep at it. Yeah, and he could be like Johnny Big Balls about it and just say, look, I'm the biggest whale on the internet, and then he would occupy a space that no other streamer could. I couldn't do it, no one else could do it, and you'd be shameless about it. You know that whole King of Hate persona? You know that whole like wrestler persona? I'm the King of Hate, I'm the heel, I'm the, you know, you could play that up. Like Dr. Disrespect is a very positive figure on the internet, people really respect him, but you could oh, I wanted to play that last shit. I'm not gonna have time to do this. Right, fuck. Shit. I didn't get to run the last one in. Shit. Yeah, so if you really leaned into it, big balls, like Dr. Disrespect's big because he plays a character really, but like initially he wasn't disrespectful, but he was a bit like, I'm the best, I'm the coolest, you know, and all this, you know, playing a bit of a character, a bit cheesy, a bit like a wrestler. And Phil could really lean into that and be like, I'm Johnny Big Balls, big spender, you know, they all fucking rip the piss out of me, but they haven't got the money to do it, so, you know, keep donating and keep this fucking hype train rolling, do you know what I mean? And people would buy into it. Promise you they'd buy into it. I didn't get to peel my cards again. This is fucking bollocks with Nosdormu. It's just shit. Tell you what I'm going to do. Just next turn I'm going to go so fast. Oh, they played Nosdormu. Whenever they play it, I instantly think, oh, it's going to slow down now. But it's not how it works, is it? It used to be you played it and it sped up and then you killed it and it slowed down. It don't work like that anymore. But this is good, because if they can kill me, then I can just kill them. Or if they can clear my board, I just kill them. And if they can't, then I'll do that. What have we got now? 9. Oh, maybe I can't kill them. Not with all that shit on board. 11. That's a good time to get an infused card off the top, you fucking dick. And all my stuff's frozen, so I'll bite. I'll bite. Look. There we go, and I'll transform that shit thing into something better. That is better. Look, if they can get through the taunt, then they're going to create another one. Although they have got that on board, which could be handy if you've got time to think about it. Interesting game this would have been if we didn't have fucking Nosdormus in our decks, boiling our brains every turn. Oh, thanks, destroy all millions. Oh. So that means that's going to... Yes, thank you. And I think we just go for it now, don't we? 14 damage. Because we've got to be able to get through to face with that, haven't we? We'll do the elements. We'll do the elements. Go on, we'll do the elements. Let's see what happens. To face, maybe. Damage, damage, damage. Hero. And summon taunts. And press this button, please. I want to give you a chance to press the button, you cunt. I was pressing the fucking button. But if they can get through my taunts once again, they're infusing me. Like, next turn it's over. What? I'm not even questioning it now. Like, how did that happen? They didn't have a chance to press their button either. I'm just going to clear off... Oh, there we go. That was a rush. Oh, no, I'm just going to play my Denath. I'm just going to do this, look. Fuck this. Thanks. I don't mind a bit of... You know, actually, I don't mind a bit of Speedstone with the Nosdormu. It's alright. But I've got to take out, where is it, transform, Trump's form. I've got to take out this fucking Murloc Holmes, because you can't do it. Can't do it at all. I don't know what I'm going to put in instead. Something that goes toward the lifesteal, death rattle, equip the rod with lifesteal. Something that goes toward the archetype, I feel, but don't really see anything that feels like it does. Like Bloodlust. We had a few things on board a few times, didn't we? So I'm going to pop Bloodlust in, you never know. Right, before you Bloodlust, you like to count up the damage on board and add on in your brain all the Bloodlust damage and work it. I won't have time to do that. But yeah, I think if Phil went real hard on being a whale, he'd actually be so successful. So successful. It would be unbelievable. It would be ironic and funny. And actually all the detractors might even turn around and say, look, I can't fault him now. He's being overt. He's telling us like it is. Apart from the racism and the the sexism and the other bits, but at least he's telling it like it is with the WWE champions. And I can't fault him on that. I might even be tempted to give him 20 quid just for the larks. I think he should just be overt about it. It'd be really. The irony is we're never going to. I mean, we're never going to find out. But it really could turn him into a massive overnight, like huge name on the internet. Anyone that spends a huge amount like that is newsworthy. On a video game. Think about it. Think about it. Imagine if today I said, right, we're playing WWE Champions live on stream, and I've got in this suitcase £100,000, and I'm going to spend it all. Do you think that wouldn't make some ripples on the internet? So, like me with the 100 grand, of course it would. Look at my account. I've spent 100 grand. Like fucking hell. It's like driving in with a Ferrari, isn't it? Oh god, Hunter, they're just going to burn me down. Have you got Nosdormu in your deck as well? No? It's a shame, isn't it? Spoiled everyone's fun now.
Guys, show the cat, pick him up. That would get it 200 hours easy. That's my thought. But Meerkat and Sam, go ahead.
Yeah. Hold him up like Lion King. Just
yeah,
hold him
exactly.
up.
Yeah. Utilize that $2,000 commodity you have.
All right, Sam, you want to go first? Because mine I've thought about this for so long, man. I think of scams all the time.
You say
Throw me an all. There we go.
So, first of all, we make the vest cheaper, because the vest is a thing that people kind of forget about nowadays, so we make it cheaper. Make it like, I don't know how much it is, 120 or whatever. And then we buy a bunch of gaming badges
this is cheating,
from Amazon for like $5. And every $10 or $20, we put a new badge on the vest. So it can be like we get a Metal Gear Solid badge right now, and then they get to pick another.
That's a
one,
low
another
roll.
one.
Getting that. There's a lot more better 10
like
drops.
Individual tippers can get their own badge. And be like, dude, this is the the only iced coffee badge. Oh, you see, you get this one. Which one do you pick only iced coffee? This is a master scam, but this takes some degree of creativity and effort, so I don't expect.
That's better.
But it is a pretty robust scam.
This one's a purple heart because of all the trolls I had to go ahead and get injured by.
This is a symbol of perseverance. They give it in the army too.
That's good though. I mean, if you put a second of thought into that, some of the people in the chat would fucking love that, man. Like they would literally be like, "Holy shit, that Phil doing that for me." I think they would really enjoy that.
See, if I put a meta deck, I've got a lot more chance of success, haven't I?
That they enjoy.
I feel like I'm cheating though. Unless you've got destroy a minion or something, what are you supposed to do?
That would be something big. But now, I mean,
turn 3,
how deep can
10,
we go
10.
So
turn 3, 8, 8.
Other people do like scams and stuff like bot.
Turn 3, 8, 8, and then if you can, you can poison it. Lucky fucker, created by Mark Shot. There you go. Well done.
It's such a big it's such a marketing scheme.
With the big Edwin, with the big roll like that, at least you can destroy a minion. There are options. There's poisonous. There's magic spells. There's ways to do it. Just devolves and other stuff. Put it back into your hand, but it is a bit cheating, isn't it? That evolve that 1 drop into a 10 drop.
What is bubbles? What is a hat? What is a vest? It's just all fucking schemes to get people to donate. What's the fucking difference,
Yeah, and more often than not, like stuff other people do is much more interesting and much more usually sort of technically difficult to achieve.
After you summon it gets more attack. I could increase the attack of that actually. I can
press in your room or or something I put on myself. It'll be something cool that people can.
I've taken 2 of these, but I don't actually see my opponent dropping many minions. So they did pull some from the deck, didn't they?
Watch me do something on camera.
I think they're quite limited in their minions.
The badge thing you mentioned made me think
much
of,
more
like,
spell damage. Sorry, spell based.
I mean, that's kind of like the lore streak mixed with the ASMR.
Right, you're having a piranha anyway, you dickhead.
The subscribers' names on themselves and stuff.
Yeah, cam girls. Yeah, put on the board behind. All right, latest.
It's got to be card draw.
From OIC, let's get you up on leaderboard, buddy. And it's we're already there.
Their card draw is so precious to them.
We're already there. Might as well dig into it, right?
It's hard to come up with anything because anything you suggest is probably too difficult for him to do. It's got to be ridiculously simple for him to.
It's a good goal too because it's super hypocritical. Because he hates those people that do those custom writing on the wall and stuff like that, and he's gonna do the same. But when he does it, that's a reward for his fans out of appreciation. And when somebody else does it, that's a scam for getting their money.
Yep.
See, so that's a very, very DSP thing.
That's a really good point there. Well made. Really good point. Well made. All raised. But to Darksyde Phil, he critiques other streamers for their style. Not for street. Not like pizza style or Italian style, but for their style of and he critiques people for lots of reasons and things, and then goes ahead and does very much the same thing himself, if not worse. Probably worse. It behaves worse than other streamers. It's very strange, that is, isn't it? See how important it was that I've stolen their card draw now, because now they're loath to empty their hand. Because you empty your hand, you play that, you refill it, but now you can't. So I was a bit wasteful there myself as well, but this is a good minion. It's encouraging them to. I knew they've got this in their hand. They need to kill that. They're reducing what they've got in hand. I mean, they don't know that I've got a load of shit, but I need to apply as much pressure as I can because they've got a small hand. If I could dump my hand, I could play that as well, couldn't I? They're unlikely to play many minions, but I can freeze my own minion next turn maybe and then play this. Well, I'll freeze that. They're trying to control the board because they've got a very few limited options. So they can't let that board... Oh, they've got the second Furious Howl, so there we go, it's fucked. Not as fucked as it could have been because I stole the first one, but... You see how this works now, they can carry on. Whereas... It annoys me a little bit because like the whole point of certain decks is they've got strengths in one area and weaknesses in another, and if you give them too many good card draw options, then what's the point? Like they don't have the weakness now, you've strengthened up that weakness. That's why they've done it, because it was a bit too weak in that area maybe, but imagine they had that in hand and next turn they can refill their hand again. It's a bit cheeky. Need to infuse it. Waste. But at least we're drawing cards, you know, it looks, to them that looks like I drew a lot of cards and it looks a bit scary. I wasted the ability to freeze that 7/7 next turn, but trying to apply pressure, like I'm saying, to encourage them to spend these cards in hand now. But they're discovering another one, they're maintaining their position. I need another drink.
Earthbound, known as Mother 3 in Japan.
So my scam would probably be, you want to know about what I ate for dinner? Okay, $50, guys.
And also my draw was a bit unlucky there, because instead of being able to empty my hand, draw little cheap things and empty my hand, I drew the big stuff.
$50 and you know what I ate for dinner.
I could have drawn that though.
Yeah, what's the difference? I mean, there's no fucking difference. I mean, now at least that's like, I don't know, you get a little more of it than him like, and my favorite thing he does is like, hey guys, 30 minutes left. You want to see me put a hat on? Better get the donations in now.
Yeah, better do it now to make it worth it, you know.
What human wants to see a 4-year-old person put on a hat for a longer length of time?
That's not bad, is it?
That's the incentive. It's a longer length of time, right?
Yeah, you gotta be like Indiana Jones. That's like the only way that's gonna work.
Yeah.
Put on the hat, Harrison.
Man, that's so whacked, right? I don't know the best word for that. It's so whacked perception of reality. That's the best way I can say it. Is, hey guys,
already attacked.
30 minutes left. You want to see me with the hat on? You know, it's like he's a girl that's saying like, you know, guys, you want to see me in my bikini? You know, better donate now. That I get, right? There's some value there.
Again, you see, Alt Insider's missing the point with the hat goal. It's not about there's something you want. It's about it's like price anchoring. If I tell you this book's worth $20 and I'll sell it you for $5, then fucking hell, I'm doing you a deal, aren't I? The book's only worth $20 because I said it was. You've put in psychological ideas in people's minds. We've got a goal. We've got a thing that will happen when we hit the goal. It might only be a symbolic gesture, but in all psychological purposes, you know, symbolism is what makes your psychology work, isn't it? We'd have to ask Steve. But you know, psychology and symbolism, you might, you know, logically in your right mind be able to say that's not a very valuable goal, I don't need to spend money on that. But the concept of having a goal, and there's a thing there that we're all contributing to, and it's nearly there, and just $20 more will get us there, and I'm sitting here and I've been watching, and then, you know, he's asking for it, and there's the $20. Like, without that mechanism, if you're just sitting there playing games like I am, and I'm not doing a hat goal and I haven't got a thing on target, there's no incentive, is there? It's an incentivizer, and it might only be a silly oh shit. Fuck. I mean, that's fucked, isn't it? Yeah, that was an error, mate, yeah. Dickhead. Yeah, so it might only be like an arbitrary thing, but also for Phil, what that also means is that he doesn't have to think of a new idea. doesn't have to actually come up with anything valuable. It works. If it's working, don't fix it. You know, Phil, quite a lot of his... I'm not defending the man really, but it's interesting to talk about these things. So quite a lot of his approach to YouTube, certainly in modern times, is trial and error. It's, I'll play this game and... Can I use that?
I can't play that.
Is it a van? Let's just do this.
More bones to gnaw on.
I think I'm going to die here. You know, I thought I was in a strong position. Now I think I'm going to get killed. Yeah. So for Phil, the different games, like this game is working because money's coming in. This game is not like you got the. He said the other day he doesn't care about views, and to him it's different metrics these days. And what he means is it's money. You know, whichever thing he does on the internet that makes the most money, he will do more of. Most people are like that on the internet, that are using it as a financial. I mean, I'm hoping to get financial security out of my media work on the internet, yeah. But you know, using the internet as a financial grift is a different sort of thing. So whatever works to get him money, he's going to do it. He's do it more. He's going to try different things. He's not really trying a lot, you know, within his narrow framework of you know, to him, he probably thinks like he's trying lots of different things because he's, is this going to be Frozen Trap? Yeah. So I'm not going to get to play that again.
Do not confine yourself to linear thinking.
Just going to try and load the board though. So Phil, he's doing trial and error within the games, isn't he? And if it yields a financial kickback, he'll do more of it. And so this thing with the hat, this thing with the fishing lures, like he'll try slightly different silly things within that ballpark, but that ballpark has worked for him. He's got a goal on screen, the hat target the bubbles, the fact that he keeps putting the hat on, blowing the bubbles. You know, he's not always wearing the vest, but the fact that he does get those opportunities to do so, oh, thank God for this, eh? Does it give me lethal? Just, let's have a look. I think it does give me lethal, doesn't it? Yeah, the fact that he's consistently, or inconsistently, or whatever, making those goals, it's going to be very hard for him to say, oh, I'll give that up, I'm not going to do the hat thing anymore, it's silly. Because yesterday, or a week ago, it worked. And it's a bit like lottery tickets as well. This trial and error approach to his content, or to his goal creation, or his financial incentivization, it's a bit like lottery tickets. You buy a scratch card and you win a tenner, and I might buy another one of them, and then you don't win a lot. You go for a week barren, and then yes, I got another tenner. It's that one in every few that keeps you coming back. That's how it works, isn't it? So with Phil, I think something that did work. That's why he says, things are tailing off on these streams. I can't understand it. 5 streams into the whatever game it is, and the support's tailing off, which I'm surprised at because it was working. So he expects it to work more, doesn't he? So I think for Phil, the hat goal to us sounds really silly and what have you, but there are different. I'd love to get this, deep with Steve on this. There's different psychological mechanisms at play here, aren't there? There's the fact that it's hard to detach yourself from something that you think, just one more go, it might work. It worked before, and then maybe you get a vest on one of the days, and yes, back to think. It's like alcoholism. You're back to this first day that you ever put a vest on and it worked. And you thought, fucking hell, this has worked. Can't believe I got $100 for putting on a vest, but hey, they bought that. They're into that. It worked. Your alternative is to do something, take a risk, do something different, and that might work. But if it doesn't, then you spent a week without the hat goal and without the vest goal, and the thing that does work, you've abandoned. Do you know what I mean? So I think in his mind, it's still functioning for him. It's still hitting the targets, even though it's diminishing. It still is. And out of everything that he does, all the trial and error. Not bear in mind, we're saying this about someone who stays very narrowly within a lane, but the trial and error within that lane, different games. Is to him talking on the stream with his face on it instead of just no face. That counts as a podcast now, and that's a new. Like in his mind, he's entered the podcasting world. He's now doing a podcast every day. Like it's big diversification for him. When in actual fact, he used to talk on the front of the stream anyway, and it was just out of picture instead of his face. But so I think in his mind, he feels like he's doing more different diversification, and the things that are working, he's going to stick by, and that includes the hat goal and the lures and You know, the lures to him is variation, whereas it's actually the same thing as a hat. A piece of shit that no one cares about, that you just arbitrarily, you know, I could say I'm going to change the colour of the light if we hit the tip goal. You know, people, if we hit the tip goal, like, yeah, changing the lights, you know, whatever, you know, it's a silly little thing like that. But lots of people, not so much these days, because the landscape of streaming has changed, but in the earlier days of Twitch, you know, there'll be a lot more people with a strange but silly arbitrary tip goal, because they want a tip goal on screen, because they know that having a tip goal on screen encourages tips. So they want that goal on screen. That's old school, you know, ideas, but it's how it was for a while. It's less prevalent now, but they want that. It might be a sub goal now, you know, but whatever. They want that goal on screen. Having the bar clocking up like my experience points there, it does encourage people to tip. It simply does. It's a psychological fact. So what is the reason for the goal? Well, it used to be a new PC or a thingy, or for me it'd be a camera, which I've actually got the money for thanks to tips. So I should actually go ahead and buy the fucker, but because it's such an expensive item, I'm really scared and anxious about spending the money and then getting buyer's remorse. I really want to make a good decision, and there's so many choices. Anyway, that's me. The point is that the arbitrary goal, like changing the colour of the lights, to some streams, like, it might have been fun, or like switch to cat cam, or like, you know, you might do something like, if we get a certain sub goal, I'll do a certain kind of stream, we'll play a different game. It's not really a huge thing, is it? But what we can offer as streamers is quite limited, and what we try and do is put our best content out there. This is my B-side stream, but we try and put our best content out there in the world for free, essentially, don't we? And hope it attracts enough attention that we gather growth, and through that we get advertising revenue and subscriptions, and then maybe a sponsor. That's the plan. But for Phil, he's never going to get a sponsor. He's unsponsorable. He's known by all the agencies and all the people. He's kicked up such a fuss over the years. He's never going to get a sponsor. You know, also things he's done that are highlighted by other people on the internet make him unsponsorable. So that avenue's out the window. He's already done the rise to fame, the fall from grace, the numbers. Most people on YouTube have a period of growth at some point, and unless you're particularly consistent, or, you know, your audience is going to grow and change. It's hard to maintain that. He's been there for so long that he's over that hump, so to speak, and maybe he can have a resurgence. It's possible, but less likely, isn't it? So he's on the downward curve of that as well. So I think his attachment to those goals, like, to him, you remember, you've got to look through his eyes sometimes, and it's hard to feel empathy for Phil, because, you know, but you've got to try and look through it through his eyes. Through his eyes, he's doing quite normal streamer stuff, having a tip goal, having an arbitrary but silly reward. And if you let me flip it around, like, if you're watching a streamer and she's like a 19-year-old cat girl streamer, and her arbitrary reward is, we're going to wear the cat ears today, and I'll put on the cat outfit or whatever, and, you know, everyone's having fun, and they're young people, and, like, I'm not trying to be, like, you know, sexist. Maybe a girl was a bad example, because people might confuse what I'm trying to say here with, like, you know, let me show my boobies for tips. It's not that what I'm saying. I mean, if a young girl had a cat ears thing, bunny ears thing, and like the tip goalies I'd put on the butt, it'd be a bit of fun, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be anything like horrible, or the way we rip Phil, it wouldn't be. But Phil uses it as a leverage mechanism more, but so do other streamers. Most of them have been doing things like this over the years, whether it be bunny ears or hot tubs or anything in between, you know. So I think Phil looks at it as, he's a normal streamer. If anything, he's of the old guard. He was there before everyone else, and he's seen these other people come up with these ideas that he thought might not be, you know, they're wearing silly hats, they're fucking stupid. Oh, no one's going to get tipping for a silly hat. And that's what he thought. And then he saw the money go in, and he thought, fucking hell, right, I'm going to try a hat. And then I don't know where it started. It'd be interesting to try and pinpoint the start of the silly hat thing. But we need to do that, actually. Me and Steve should do that. Let's locate the start of Phil's hats and let's chart the story of the hat goals. I bet someone's done a spreadsheet of the hat goals over the years. You know, how it's gone up and down, like a stock market exchange of the hat goal going up and down. But yeah, so I think that it would be really. What was I going to say about it? I think that for Phil, from his point of view, it doesn't seem like he's doing something ridiculous and stupid, much more outside the box of any other streamer. But I don't think he perceives the way that, like, because I'm not a young girl, if I start doing the cat ears and the hot, it looks a bit creepy and weird, in a way. I think he doesn't realise that he's moved out of this, like, you know, he was at one point in his mind a cooler, older, like the younger kids looked at him as like a cooler older kid who had the Nintendo and had the Switch and had the Xbox and all the games and, you know, living the life bit of a lad. You know, he thought of himself as a cooler, like, older brother type on YouTube, and now he doesn't realise he's like a less cool grandfather. But like, there's a different audience now, aren't there? Generations and everything. So his perceptions haven't moved quick enough with the times. It can be seen in his inability to grasp things like shorts until 8 months later. It's you know, his inability to move with the times shows his inability in his own, I think, his own perception of the world. And you know, it's like he hasn't seen the Fortnite generation and what's happened. I mean, he has, hasn't he? He understands it. He's seen people, he talks about Fortnite, but he hasn't involved himself with it. He hasn't lived through, like, he's lived through it, but it's like stupid thing kids are doing. This is real gaming over here. He doesn't realise that he's now like a archaic antique. So he's still doing things that look silly because the rest of the world has moved beyond it, and now we're looking at someone in their, you know, later part of their career doing things that is dated. But yeah, interesting thing about this hat goal and this tip thing, because it is silly. He knows it's silly, so do the audience, but it works. He gets the money from it. So I think that's a big reason why he's never going to let go of it. You know, I think he's afraid to let go of the hat goal.
But for a dude sitting in his PJ pants, you know, with his vest on, saying, "Hey guys, you want to see me put this hat on?" That, I don't know.
Yeah, and it's like sometimes he lacks the confidence in his own scam as well, because, you know, he'll say it like that sometimes, but then other times I guess he must be thinking, or I guess depending on the context in which he's describing what he wants to achieve, he describes it as, oh, we put this silly hat on, you know, it's just a silly thing we do. So it's like he knows it sounds ridiculous in those instances. So it just depends on I guess like the context at the time. You know.
Yeah, you're right. Because sometimes he shows his embarrassment of it, like, oh, it's this kind of silly thing we do.
Yeah.
But then, like, an hour later, he's like, all right, guys, 20 minutes left. If we want to see this hat, let's go. You know.
We don't have time for a poll, guys. I don't know why. What are you thinking? I know what you guys are thinking.
I'll just toss one on, I guess. You know, I'll just have to toss one.
I guess the platinum vest. I guess.
Yeah, like, it's such a value, such a spontaneous choice from our man. I'll just put on the platinum one, guys. But anyway.
It's because he doesn't want to wear it for more than frickin' 2 minutes.
I know. God, he's not a children's entertainer though. Not a children's entertainer. Remember that. Very important.
Yeah.
Hey TJ, what's up with those new polls that we got in Champions?
Yes, so those are 6-star polls.
Interesting Champions talk.
They're meant specifically to get...
See how people are interested in the workings and mechanics of the game that he's actually playing? See that? Like, people are actually interested in the mechanics of the game that Phil is actually playing, and yet he refuses to play it on stream and keeps it a secret. That's bizarre, isn't it? If you're a streamer and you're playing a game and your audience is interested in it, they want to know how much money you're spending, what your team looks like. They want to know you're a streamer and you're playing it and you're not doing it on stream.
Shards, because you need shards to go ahead and make sit stars now, because it's the new scam. But you could open some high level characters. Of course you need to spend 55 loot coins for $100, but you know, ignore that part. You just want shards for your people, but you're not going to be able to choose which ones, and you might get between 1,500 and 7,500 shards, which is about like a conversion about like 0.2% of what you need. But you know, it's okay. Just keep spending and it'll be okay. It'll be all fine. It'll be linked to a contest.
That's a lot of value, dude.
Yeah. It'll be linked to a contest. You know, you get like 1 million coins to build up everyone else. All that fun stuff.
All right.
We gotta get you on the show schedule, because I want to hear all about all that. That's so fascinating to me, you know, for sure. But all
right. Shout out Giggle Gang, by the way.
Legend there. We definitely got to get him on the show. We're gonna have a dedicated WWE Champions, you know, behind the scenes show from TJ there, because he knows all about that. He knows his stuff, and that'll be pretty hype. So it's coming in the future. That's in the pipeline for sure. He also works on Sundays, so it's kind of, we're trying to find the right weekend, but it's gonna happen. There we go. Another legend in the chat. Goes by the name of Prophet. Question or comment, my friend?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Yo, what's up,
I just want to say thank you now that I got the face to face. Thank you so much for the help you've given me with my channel.
Yeah, don't worry about it,
Because
man.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you doing the graphics. Okay, and those graphics are fucking awesome. Now, I have... It's multi-part question, actually. Now, earlier this week, I was in Jad's stream.
Yep.
And Cat nearly burnt the condo down. The fire alarm started going off. Phil was freaking out, jumped out of his chair, even after saying earlier in the stream that no cats at work and Mike and Jasper are kids. Runs out in the hallway. You can hear him talking to Cat. Ooh. And he's like, I'll just pull the battery out and we'll be okay. Then he comes back and he sits down and he's like, whew, and he's out of breath. And Jad points out, like, look at this. Look at this slob. He fucking took 2 steps into the hallway. He's out of breath. And then he makes a lie that we have to run to the neighbors to make sure they're okay.
Okay.
But you can hear him the entire fucking time on stream.
He's not running no fucking neighbors.
He didn't run into neighbors, and he didn't even bother to make sure that there wasn't a fire somewhere, so if his fire alarm was going off. He just popped the battery out live on stream, and then went back to streaming. So I have 2 questions. One, do you think if the condo was burning down around still, like you see that meme online of that dog in the hat sitting there going, this is fine. do you think that would be Phil? Like he wouldn't be fuck all of these flames and he continue streaming, begging for tips? And 2, because I looked into it and I spoke with Peace, and I know Peace has touched base on this. He doesn't have any type of home insurance.
Oh, really?
It's not included within the price of his mortgage for what he pays, because we know what he pays.
I'm playing against a warrior who just
we have his mortgage agreement.
played a rogue secret from Sketchy Stranger.
He doesn't have
I don't know what that is.
On the condo.
I haven't played for a year.
On the bank leaks and everything. Unless Cat's in it, I have no idea. What do you think Phil would do if something happened to the condo? Like if there's a flood, a fire, an earthquake, or whatever that took him right out.
Well, real
What do
quick.
you think
First of all, I didn't see the fire alarm lore. I need to watch the video because I did not see that myself. So I definitely want to watch that.
I want to say Monday. It's Monday during the podcast.
Did you see that, Meerkat or Sam? So you can comment on it. Okay.
Yeah.
We got a rare, not sighting, but we got some.
It's fine, you can have that sack. Oh no, you can't, because that's the one I want to transform. Oh, you dickhead.
Oh,
there you go. Yep.
Interesting.
Alright,
It was
okay.
exactly as Prophet described. Yeah, he just the alarm went off and he saw his eyes sort of dart across, and he goes and checks on it, and you can kind of hear the conversation pretty clearly from outside the room, and then it just comes in, and I didn't see the fire alarm part. I didn't realise he'd done that, but yeah.
Don't you have? Isn't it illegal not to have house? First of all, wait. The condo is not under his name anymore. That's what I wanted to say. Like, isn't that gone? Like, not in his ownership anymore, right, Prophet?
Not Connecticut. That's the Connecticut.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you mean the Seattle?
I'm talking about the condo. Yeah, the Seattle.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
so, because he's a
This voice Prophet always reminds me of John Rambo, this Connecticut accent.
middle unit, so I would wish that he has insurance. Because if that thing goes up and he takes out the other 2 condos on each side, and he doesn't have insurance, he's going to be on the hook.
Still got Nosdorma in the deck.
Yeah, I thought you have to have it. I thought it's illegal not to. I thought, because I know when I got a house,
In Canada here, you don't.
Oh, okay.
You do not have to have. I don't know how it works in Seattle, or in Washington, in the States, but from what I can gather, like going through Tips Tracker, he has no home insurance.
Well,
Unless it is included in his condo fee, maybe, but
I'm sure whatever he says, he would just make it. Oh my God, can you imagine? Then he'd have a real reason to beg, like house fundraiser guys trying to get a small place,
They weren't happy with their hand.
But where would he be begging from? Be begging from his house? Would he just be walking down the street, fucking renting next to the Burger King, and guys, need some change, I'm gonna give you an apartment.
Holding up the phone to his face, making shorts. Hey guys, here outside Burger King.
So that's my question to you, gentlemen, is he going, what would he do if he lost the car, due to a natural disaster, and he doesn't have insurance? What's he going to do?
I don't know. That's a lot of hypotheticals. I guess he'd probably move back in with his parents, if we're going to answer the question seriously. Move back in with the parents, stream from there for a while until he can raise enough money to, I don't know, get a new place. Meerkat, any thoughts here?
I don't really know much about any of this or insurances and stuff like that. I'm a simple guy. I rent an apartment. But
at the moment in my deck here, sorry, in my hand, it's a bit rubbish, but I've kept this to infuse, and I'm infusing it with just cheap totems. So I'm holding on to the Piranha schools for a little bit later when they can be more effective. As I've got both in my hand, I can actually make quite a chuffer of a Piranha if I need to. Or if we draw the Null, I can fill my hand, get the Null out, but I've got no way of transforming anything, so I'll just keep him pumping out these totems. We'll fill the hand a little bit. And, you know, if these totems go down, then I get a cheap infuse on that, don't I? Draw some cards, hopefully get the Null, as I've got all the Piranhas, and some kind of transform, hopefully the Muck Pools. And then it's pretty much game over unless my opponent can deal with a great big fucker chuffing 10 drop on turn 5. Or 6. We can swap a Piranha out, can't we? Bit eager there because I might not get offered a Piranha. Bollocks. Oh, that's their cards. Silence a minion. Don't think I'm bothered with that. 2 damage to all minions is good. Blizzard. These are both good cards, aren't they? So I think I'm going to take the skeletons off them because I don't really want the skeletons. You can have a Piranha, you dickhead. I don't want to have the skeletons, you know. They deal damage to my whole board and they get the skeletons, or they just deal the damage to my board and freeze something. So, like, amazing, yeah. Oh, there's the skeletons anyway. And also, more skeletons equals more. Are you playing both? What the hell? What's happened there? Why did you play a 1-cost Blizzard? Am I tripping? Tripping in some way. That's infused now. Too many cards in hand. That's rubbish playing that, but I just want to empty out the hand a little bit. And then we'll start rocking with the transforming. They're loath to load the board, aren't they, if they've got anything, because they know I've got this, but... 8 cards in hand, 7, draw 3, drop a Piranha. There's the Muck Pools, I'll drop the Muck Pools. And like theoretically I could have transformed that 3/5/5 drop, but I've got better things to transform, so like this, I'm going to pop off with that next turn. Could really do with infusing that with 4, but we're where we're at. So hopefully something's stuck there. So I just bloodlust the sheep. Need to infuse these. I could swap the sheep for skeletons, look. Watch this. And that infuses all my cards as well. Could have even popped the totem out and swapped that for a shit skeleton, but I thought I'd throw a totem in there with the mix. But see, now these are infused and I can transform them if they don't kill them. Got the bloodlust. Actually got quite a sexy board now. It's going to do a lot of damage in itself anyway, isn't it? If they AoE those skeletons. What is it? 2 damage, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 to face. You don't want to like that, are you?
What I do remember is this obscure bit of lore about DSP sharing how he duct taped his old fire alarm to the ceiling and then it fell down, so he got pissed off or something, so he decided not to use it. And his excuse was that if he was sleeping and something went on fire, he would smell
I'm
the
board
smoke
locked, so I
and
can't
he
do
would
anything,
wake
so
up.
thank God for this.
Absolutely genius. And there was another thing that once he said, he was talking about, dude, what if something blows up in my house? And then Tevin roasted him for like probably 5 minutes over that. And now I would believe if something blew up in his house, I would actually believe it.
I'm expecting that to be a spell, so I'm going to play it and just waste it. Look.
Oh, we've seen the wiring.
Yeah.
But next turn I've still got it,
He
so.
would probably end up maybe renting a shitty place, and he would cry about it every single day about having to pay rent and
worse,
not owning
if anything.
anything and this and that. I don't think he's gonna
Wasted
take
a pop on the
that big of a
mock pools,
loss
I'm an
and
idiot.
move back with his parents, because then the trolls win, you guys.
I had this
Because
button to
that's
press
what
as well,
they
didn't I? I
wanted
should have done
all
that.
along, for him to move back with his parents. And he's more willing to screw over his entire life not to let the trolls win, and therefore by doing that letting the trolls win, but convincing himself that it's some kind of a win for him.
That's the truth, yeah. I think you're right about that. He would do anything to not let trolls win, even if it's like, you know, I can't afford to. I can't do WB Champions anymore. I think he would quit that before he would let the trolls win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's what it would take to quit WB Champions. So it might be the good thing to happen for him, because he literally can't, you know, literally can't afford it anymore. You know what I'm saying? I really can't afford it, and he might have to stop playing. That might be the best thing to happen for him. You know?
Yeah.
Like, not like he's saying now, he really can't afford it, because now he definitely can. But anything else for us, Prophet? Good call, man.
Yes, one more thing.
Yep.
My theory, and I know Meth there and I both share the same agreement, he would go live and sleep on OIC's couch.
What about Cat, though? Did you kick her to the curb?
Fuck Cat! Fuck Cat! Him and OIC would be a couple. That'd be OIC's dream, because we said
He would move
he wants
out,
to wear
dude.
Phil like a fucking raincoat.
OIC would live in the garage, so Phil and Kat could live at his place. That's how much he loves DSP.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise
Okay,
me.
guys, take care.
See you,
Hey,
Prophet.
take care, Prophet. See you around, man.
Legendary call there, Prophet. That is funny to think about. Phil's history with fire alarms is well documented. Of course, the classic, you know, it's kind of like old hat, but the unboxing was not an unboxing with the fire alarm going off. And if you take the battery out, you know he's not replacing that battery. 0.0 chance that battery gets replaced. No chance. 0 chance. You know,
No.
I mean, can you see Phil taking a second and be like, oh yeah, I gotta put the battery back in? Not happening. Not happening.
If he did, then we'd hear about it the next day. That would be a huge part of his day off or something. Would be
Yeah.
you know, his changing the battery story where he puts, you know, he falls off a ladder or, you know, something.
No, you go like, all right, let me take my day off. Open the office door, run downstairs, go to the garage, open the garage door, walk in the garage, find the ladder. Can't find the ladder. Find the ladder. Ladder's heavy. What do I do? Open the door again. Carry the ladder up.
That bloodlust wasn't bad, was it?
Push her out of the way. Go up there. Find the batteries. Can't find batteries. You know, you need to be every single step gets.
Yeah,
like,
and then
put your battery
Jasper
back.
started playing with the batteries. And
Up to gold.
All right, let's get another call here. Callers are coming in hot here. We're running out of time, but we're going to get everyone in here. So let's keep going here. And we are joined by Sporkins in the house here. How you feeling,
We've still
my
got another
friend?
40
What's your
minutes of this podcast to listen to, and my bum's going numb. It's 3 o'clock in the morning now. We're getting off to bed soon, but I'm just going to run downstairs and get a little cheeky extra drinky, and then we'll just run on a little bit since we're winning and listening. So I'll just leave you with the relaxing sound of Legend of Zelda. Oosh.
Amen.
Oh, the mic was on the whole time, huh?
Yes, it was.
Congratulations, fellas. You guys are great. Love the work you've been doing.
Thank you.
Long time lurker, long time stalker. You may know me on YouTube as Ofect, but this is my secret Discord.
Okay.
I had two comments to each person discussing with Wheeling at time. I'll stick to one. And I know Steve's not, and Steve's lurking and stalking, so I'm going to kind of point a little at Steve here. Steve, I need your help.
All right.
I wanted to bring up the progression of the story of how Earthbound has now come to be in the schedule.
Okay.
Because
I've got to say something about Earthbound. Because Earthbound is a wonderful game. We played it on our stream. We played it on our stream at the very start of my streaming. I chose it as the first game to play. And then very quickly I got hit with some of those YouTube copyright strikes. We played it on, uploaded it to this channel. I've taken it down now. It wasn't full copyright strike, it was just demonetized because Sony owned the rights to the music. I looked into it, and most game music is copyright free, of course. Like I'm playing Zelda music in the background now. It's fine, no problem. But you know, they've been through all the ins and outs with that. They decided game music, no problem. You know, I'm gonna let you go with that on YouTube. It's fine. So when you're playing your games, they don't all come up copyright. Oh, I've got to choose one. but Earthbound, through some strange loophole, what's happened is in Japan they released an actual audio CD of the Earthbound music. I think it was like a anniversary edition or something, and they copyright. You know, no, we both got Nosdormus. They copyrighted the music for that, and like through some, you know, it's an automated system, isn't it? So here's this Earthbound music, and it's like, oh, that's a CD in Japan, that's copyright. So I played Earthbound, and all the stuff got demonetized. I was like, that's disappointing, and it causes me a bit of an issue. So you know, in terms of discoverability, having your stuff demonetized, YouTube puts it down on the discoverability. So Earthbound was rubbish for me, and Phil's about to play it, and I assume this is still an issue because my videos were still demonetized when I checked. So I assume he might be able to try and fight it, and you know, he might try and fight it, but it might be that his videos of Earthbound get him demonetized, and he'll fucking hate that. If anything, he'll really not like it. I'm gonna keep my hand healthy because I might draw the null. Like, we're both trying to draw the null here. They've spent their coins, so that's a mistake, because they might draw the null. It's like a race to the null. I'm going to freeze your... I freeze your freeze. I see you a freeze, and I raise you one null. Come on, null. You chuffer. You bad chuffer. So I'm going to have to play something, because next turn it's going to get worse for me now, because I need to get my Cavern out. Get your Cavern out for the lads.
Started as, oh, I forgot to cancel my Nintendo membership, but I was thinking about playing Earthbound soon, so, you know, I'll just keep it. Mind you, I'm pretty sure he has a SNES Mini that has the freaking game on it, but that's for another thing.
That's in the closet.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, buried in the closet.
Way too much effort.
Yeah. Now, over the last month or so, this story has turned into, you know, I've been talking about it and want to play it. Another week. You know, somebody was asking me to play Earthbound, and in like another 2 weeks, man, all these people have been asking me to play Earthbound. I gotta play Earthbound.
Yep.
And I think it's curious we have this unique position to be able to observe Phil. That's what I love about it. It's like the Truman Show, right? You get way too much about a single person, and you can see how they warp reality in real time. And that's probably the most fascinating thing I find about like Phil or like Cobra. I don't watch Cobra too much, but
yeah,
it's just fascinating how he can create a delusion and live in it right there in the spot.
He's doing it a long time. Like these games he builds up the reasons for, like he can never just say I want to play it, right? That is not in the playbook. You know, I just want to play Earthbound, guys. I'm gonna play it. He has to build up the reasons. I know a lot of people say it's because he can blame the audience when it doesn't do well, but this one feels a little different, right? I think there was, you know, from reading the tea leaves, this was a promise. Someone promised him behind the scenes that they're going to support this one. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like that because he definitely expects these big tips, right? Like he just expects them, and like he doesn't do that for all the games, but this one, like sometimes there's like tips are low, goes on break, comes back, all of a sudden the worry's gone. It's just not there anymore. There's no worry. He's back to playing. He tones down the begging. 5 minutes later, big tip comes. Right? And that shows that there must be some kind of coordination here between Wales and Phil. You know what I mean? Like, of course, this is all
Interesting
speculation,
idea.
but I really think that's true for this game in particular because
I'll get my ass handed to
he
me.
makes
What's
great
going on?
game choices all the time these days, more than ever. But Earthbound is one that, I mean, I don't know. It feels like that's for me, but go ahead.
No, I agree, and I think that's a great idea, and I think there's plenty of evidence to show that it's most likely happened before. But I also find it interesting that Earthbound in that whole summer of retro was one of those events or sagas that played out that kind of got him in a lot of shit.
Yep.
Should have traded
Great
that
to see
then.
it come back around.
Yeah.
Should have traded into that.
Yeah, Summer of Retro, if anyone doesn't know, I don't know how long ago that was, but yeah, he played that. No one, and then he retconned that recently, right? He's like, well, people expected that I play the new games, I rush them out there, finish them as fast as possible. And yeah, that's why you had all those fans fail, is because people
They
wanted
traded
to rush
for
through
me.
games and
Oh
get them
god,
out.
there's the null.
Yeah,
Let's hope they don't have the ability to transform it, or they run out of time.
Rush through games as fast
Well, they
as
killed it.
possible,
That was
you know, like-
stupid.
And that's also, if you look kind of deep, you can find that old deleted video of the Airy Lord, or rather, Tevin watching it.
Yeah.
And he brought up how it was during that time he was trying to help Phil out, and Phil's just sitting there bemoaning how no one's watching his friggin' retro games. It's
Summer of retro.
Yeah, the cycle of Phil, I love it.
All right, my
There's
friend.
definitely, sorry guys, there's definitely some, like you say, breadcrumbs being laid for different things, and I feel like that's what was kind of happening with the PC. You see it from time and again where you know, something starts off really small, like he'll throw something in at the end of a stream, and then, you know, you don't hear anything about it, and then you know, 2 weeks later or something, there'll be a whole week where he's talking about it all of a sudden, and it's just strange how these things sort of, I don't know, they start off small and then it just kind of escalates into something, and I feel like there's some initial promise being made, maybe, like you say, and then
I'll play that instead of the
laying the foundation for something, and then I don't know.
Fuck man, it's that running out of time confused me there.
Yeah, it does seem like there's
bollocks.
This happens quite a lot with everything that comes up that's slightly left field.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I do agree with this very much, and you can see this kind of on
lost
even
my
on a
knob.
daily basis. If you watch a
Lost
daily
my
rap
knob.
of him having a slow day, he would start setting things up from the beginning, right? Guys, I had an amazing day today. It was so fun. We had so
I know
much
it's
interaction,
Sardonathris, but it's
and
not
then
infused
he's
at
gonna
all for shit,
transition
is it?
subtly into not getting money, feeling bad, feeling nervous, and those things. So he really likes setting things up so they can feel more natural, but it's really predictable with him, and it's very noticeable when he does it.
Yep. And also, just to not to go too hard on this point, but Phil is a bad actor. We all know that, and you can tell when a promise tip comes in. Whoa! I was not expecting this. $200 from anonymous. That seriously helps out. Thank you so much. That is so helpful right now. And they always come halfway through the stream about, right? And because that's why I'm sure Phil says halfway is a good point to tip, right? Because if you do in the beginning, people think I'm doing too well, you don't have to tip Phil. He lets those early tips come in, and halfway through, then it's kind of like maybe we can get some momentum going with that. You don't want to wait till the end because that's too late. No one can feel the positivity. So it's about halfway.
Yeah.
It always seems to happen that. If someone gets really was feeling very opsy, they can study that and kind of see when that's true or not. And maybe it's just a feeling, but I really think that's true. That they time it just about halfway through the stream, so it's just a perfect time to get that big boost. Where
That's a really interesting theory. That basically Phil's going off stream. It'd be like me going downstairs now and like, you know, calling my dad and saying, "Dad, I'm on stream. Things are going badly. Can you send me some money, please?" But instead of putting it into my bank account, could you, like, my dad would fucking never put money. Like, this would be so, like, he'd be going nuts. You want me to do what? You want me to do what? Fucking go get a job, like, sort yourself out. Like, he'd be going nuts. And like, you know, imagine like, and then saying it'd have to be someone like that, wouldn't you? I mean, you couldn't just call one of your mates, could you? And be like, put money in my bank account. So like, it'd be such a weird thing to Oh, I'm an idiot. I've got 2 damage to all enemy minions. Stupid of me. Anyway, what happened then? Did 3 damage to everything. Why was that? Oh look, if an enemy's frozen, deal damage to it. I'm just not even paying attention. Fuck, it's your turn anyway. You're killing everything. Might as well play Denathrius in a minute. Got no other choices really. What's that doing? Can't read it. You get your name, words, death rattle cards. Okay, yeah, doesn't do anything. Restore 6 health doesn't do anything. So it's gonna have to be Denathrius. That did fucking nothing, didn't it? Fucking shit. Anything wasn't worth the time. Yeah, the idea that Phil would go out of the room and call someone, it'd have to be his mom, wouldn't it? And like, I want some money, can you put it in my account? But don't put it in my account, can you tip me through my stream? Like, what? Wouldn't they, like, why'd you... If you need money from a third party, oh, there's Denathrius now, we're all fucked. If you need money through that third party off screen, wouldn't you just like... That's not even infused. I've got nothing. I've got nothing. Yeah, so shut up, you. So it'd be a really strange affair for him to go off into the other room. The only thing I would say, it wouldn't be him calling his mom. I mean, you'd call your mom for like, you know, I'm really in trouble, I need a loan or something, and you know, can you put it in the bank or can you pay this bill? You know what I mean? Like serious grown up shit that would like shit in the fan. You wouldn't just call her and be like, I want 200 quid, tip me on my stream. That'd be so fucking weird. And I think you'd have to, you know what parents are like, I think you'd have to walk them through the process. You'd have to set them up the account and all that, and they'd just say, look, fuck this, if you want money, like, I'll give you 200 quid in your account or I'll pay the bill. Like, I think that would be so weird, so I can't really get my head around that. So the only other thing I could think, if going along with this theory and just like, you know, feeling it out, would be that he goes in the other room and he pays money out of his own account through the tip system, so it looks like he's getting tips, and then, you know, he takes a little hit on that. He loses about, you know, through the system there's a percentage taken, isn't there, here and there, so he loses a little cut on it. He loses like 10% maybe, but it makes everything look good, you know, and you know, it makes it look like he's hitting the goals and he's successful. You know, it's a bit like spending money on WWE champions is rubbish. Silly, who would do that? Like, who would do this? But maybe he's doing that. Maybe he's going in the other room and tipping himself. There was another reason I was going to say that might be a sensible thing. Not a sensible thing to do, but you might be able to find some reason in it. Which is, you know, they conflate subs numbers. I haven't got my head around this yet, because if you watch DSP, let's have a quick look. I'm silenced from chat now, but he's not on live at the moment, so we can't have a look, because he deletes his lives and then re-uploads them as videos, which is a strange thing to do. But the concept of him saying, like let's say there are websites where you buy subscribers or you buy viewers, and having 200 viewers means that you're high up on the list, aren't you? So people will watch, and quite often Phil's stream will hit like an arbitrary value like 200 viewers, and then get like maybe 216 or 70, and I'm thinking, is that 200 fake bots and 16 real viewers? Do you know what I mean? Because you've got to go some to actually get quite a lot of people viewing your streams on YouTube. You've either got to be quite big, or like if you'll notice there's not shitloads of people watching this. Nobody knows it's happening. It's a new thing. Battery exhausted B-side chats. It's a new thing. But I know from experience and from watching other people and all this that it's quite hard going, like 200 people is quite a lot, especially if you're Darksyde Phil. So, and then they're not, like the chat isn't moving that quickly. So either the people aren't subscribed and they're not able to chat, or there's not, you know, quite often with these botted accounts, it happens so much, because he's from Twitch, isn't he? From that Twitch world, where in Twitch, you're literally beholden to the number of viewers you've got to push you up that algorithm. And when you look on a Twitch page, the people with the number of views come at the top. So if you buy yourself a certain number of views, you just go right up to the top, and then you're at the top, and you start getting lots of real views because people see you, they click on it. He's got 200 and something viewers. I'll have a look. So it's like a. I think it almost. I don't know, because I've not bought viewers on Twitch, and ne'er would I. But I think it's also like almost like an industry standard thing, that because he was signed to agencies and Machinima and all these other people, like if Phil's committing not a crime, but if he's breaking the rules of Twitch by view botting his own stream, that's a bad thing, isn't it? He's going to get kicked off. But if his agency do it on his behalf, or you know, a covert operator within the agency do it on his behalf, because that's good for them, because he's on their agency, so more people watching his stream the better, they get more ad revenue. That's the deal, isn't it? So I think a lot of these bigger YouTubers over the last 10 years, I'm not pointing any fingers and being mean, but certainly in the ASMR community, because I saw it happen firsthand in the ASMR world, is people got onto these agencies and they got these marketing deals with certain things, and then they started to follow this really same path. It was almost like a homogenized framework for how to be a YouTuber streamer, and their content was ASMR, but you know, the same framework as these other people that work with the agencies, and like, it seemed like some of them got some quite strangely high views for a bit of tapping and messing about. Certainly, you know, there has been a time where people have bought views and bought view bots and bought account and subs, and that pushes them up high, and then they're successful, aren't they? And then they get more. Like, we know that goes on. So I'd be, knowing Phil's character, I'd be surprised if he hasn't considered it, tried it, found it to be reasonably successful, not got caught. You keep it at small. You don't go for 10,000. You go for 200. Do you know what I mean? Like, keeping it small, reasonable spend, because you have to pay for these things, and therefore, if that's the sort of arena that people are operating in, and I'm not saying he's doing that, I'm saying I could imagine him doing it, because over the years he's been in the Twitch world long enough, and over the years there was like a trend of it. They weren't even catching people. Like, it's been a thing, it's been a conversation over the years. Loads of people have done it. I've certainly seen loads of people getting caught and booted out for it when they overdo it. But has Phil done it? I don't know. Would he go out of the room and tip himself? I don't know. Is there something in that, in bigger numbers, looking good? Okay, so I put £100 tip in and I have to spend 10%, so I'm only getting $90 back, but for $10 I'm making my stream look really cool. I'm getting a $100 tip for $10, I'm making something happen on my stream. See what I mean? It could be considered an investment. Maybe he writes it off as a tax spend. So, I wonder about that.
Wow, Phil's being a successful stream. It's going well, and that's what I think. But Sporkins, anything else, my friend?
Real briefly, quickly.
Because I don't think that he could convince somebody to give him money on demand just by going out the room and calling someone up and saying, look, I'm streaming, can you put some money into my stream? I don't think he could do that. I think that's a reach to be consistently doing that. Who would he be calling? And if you could do that and you could call someone just to give you money, why bother streaming? Just call them to give you the money. Like, you don't go and put it in your bank. You don't have to put it on stream. So there's obviously the mechanism of it needs to look good on stream, isn't there? If he is going to call somebody up, and he's not accepting it as a silent behind closed doors tip, he wants it on stream. So I think if anyone's doing it, it'd be him.
I had to help a friend with a personal situation yesterday even, and all I want to say is, like, long story short, turns out that marriage is a beard. So I just want to throw it out there. It still goes on, and never.
I wondered about this myself, actually. Right, I wondered myself, and I'm not trying to throw. This is a difficult one because I'm not trying to throw shade on homosexuality. I'm not trying to be. I understand that some of these detractor conversations can get a bit on the edge of where I find acceptability. So I'm certainly not. What's the word when you think gay people are bad? Homophobic. I'm certainly not homophobic. It's a ridiculous thing to suggest of me and my character. So I'm just going to keep that hand in that. So I have wondered this a little bit about Phil, not in the sort of pointy fingers, oh, you're gay, like, not like that, but there is a lot of repression. There's an ever-present repression in his personality. Fuck, you could have given me the weapon. And so it makes you wonder what's being repressed, and this refusal to grow up, this boyishness, this seemingly he treats his wives like mothers. So it's a strange relationship he has with women. So you've got that. The whole wrestling fascination into adulthood. Strange relationships with his male friends. Not the normal relationship. We've seen the John Rambo thing and all this. Not the normal relationships. Played out in public. No longer friends now. You could almost imagine Phil finding his own homosexuality, or every male has. I'm not going to say every male has, as part of the natural psyche. This is one that I need to run over with Steve. Conversations with Steve I should be having. We should get him on in these late night sessions. Every male in the psyche does have some homoeroticism as part of their natural makeup, I'm sure, and it's something that every teenage male probably has some sort of phase or exploration of. So it's not unknown. It doesn't mean that everyone is gay. It means that everyone is human, right? So those feelings within Phil would be like, oh, I hate that, or push it down, or I hate it. And I can imagine him having this angry struggle with it. If he was to be like suggesting his wife is a beard is like saying that I haven't managed to kill this yet. He's like suggesting essentially that she's a cover for his homosexuality, and I could imagine him having this like angry, you know, he's the sort of person that if he was a closeted homosexual, then he'd probably, I don't want to say this out loud because it sounds so fucking horrible, but he'd probably only get his kicks from sort of like doing an sex crime, you know. He'd probably, you know, like, he'd probably only get his, he'd probably be like, you know, quite an aggressive, angry homosexual, do you know what I mean? Because he'd have that fight within himself, so like, that's actually a scary thought, if anything, like a scary thought, for a lot of reasons. This is getting out of hand for me here.
For discount that Phil is definitely full on bearding cat. Have a good night, everyone. I love you.
So yeah, my friend, that big way to go out there from Sporkins. Hope you calling again, my friend. First time caller there. Love to see first time callers. Let's go to our next call here.
They just moved over it. They glossed
Jimmy
over it.
back in the house.
They didn't
Hopefully-
talk about it because it's a difficult conversation to have, isn't it? You know, you could be accused of being homophobic yourself, couldn't you? Ludicrous to be accused of being homosexual. Like, if, in my shoes, it sounds funny. Like a lot of people said a lot of things when I was at school, like even funny rumours. I just think it's ridiculous because I've kissed a few boys. Like, what do you want to do about it? Like, accuse me of it. Yeah, go ahead. But like, I'm happy in myself, you know. I don't think I'm like, you know, binary, non-binary, confused anything. You know, I think I'm heterosexual, but through my life, you know, I've been open to exploration. It's been fine. So, like, but yeah, the accusation of him being homosexual here has been completely just said, right, we're not going to deal with that. We're not going to look at it. I can see why, because it's a difficult conversation to have.
It works out this time. Jimmy, my friend.
It's a difficult conversation to have without appearing like that it was in some way negative. Do you know what I mean? And therefore being homophobic. But in grown-up world, you can have these conversations. It's okay.
There you are. How's it feeling, my friend?
I'm not saying.
Although I'm here now.
I'm not saying they're not in grown-up world. I'm saying I understand why they didn't take that on.
Oh, finally. Finally. How you doing?
Shit. Okay. Kind of.
How are they nailing me so hard already?
I had a whole thing lined out in my head about Phil and likability and how he's the most unlikable piece of garbage ever, and how that affects everything really as a streamer, because the rant he had against like that guy in chat who just said it's kind of hard
really
to have a good
here,
time, and he called him a fuckhead.
Yes.
He really needs to stop.
Maybe I haven't. I
his
don't know what's
audience,
going on here.
because that is. I mean, it sounds like the most basic thing in the world of everything, but like just try and be more fucking likable. But it's so hard for Phil, and you see.
Oh shit! Why did I do that? I was just gonna say I haven't actually. I have drawn duff because I've drawn things that are either required, not that effective. I could play this next turn at least, but these infuse cards, they require things to go on the board and die, and I haven't got anything to go on the board and die, so I've just got cards I can't play.
What's this? You know what? This grey-looking guy staring off at a game. He's either shouting at someone terribly, like,
yep.
You know, it's
I'm
not.
dead.
It's not. Keep giving me money, and one day we'll do this. It's just I need this to live. Yeah.
Not even the building a community or something, right? Like, you know, like let's say like us, we just started 2 months ago. We're kind of building something here, and you kind of feel that, and we have places where a Discord where you can kind of talk and have fun. This DSP has none of that. Where can you get any community if you're a part of DSP fan, a real DSP fan? There is none.
Exactly.
I've got a Discord, but it's a secret because I can't be asked to keep looking at it. I'm a quiet curmudgeon. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch, I'm editing, I've got Twitter sometimes, playing Hearthstone, playing Genshin Impact. Where I've got time to open up Discord and look through that as well. So I have got it, and I'm hoping to intend to use it as a communication tool. You can have the Discord if you send me a tip. It's an automated thing. It'll send you the Discord and you can send me a tip. But that's actually true. I'm only joking. I wasn't only joking. That's true. What have you got there? 1-1. Amazing, yeah, wonderful you, you're so good. Look at my cards, you dickhead. I've got, like, I can't do anything. And it hasn't been that case every turn, has it? But this game, for some reason, I can't do anything. So I just don't care anymore. What's that? Transformer friendly. Look at them, yes. There you go, there's a card. Why's that got stealth? How's that got stealth? Why they all got stealth? What's going on? Oh, this gives everything else stealth. What happened then? I look like such a noob, but you know, I've been legend, I've been there, left it for a year, come back. What's going on? I just want a nice slow. No, I should be playing chess or something, because fuck man, this is doing my nut. Chess is require too much thought.
You can't do Discord. There's no talking to the actual streamer, asking about anything. There's no community feeling at all. Or building something, it's nothing.
No,
that's one of the worst things.
You can't communicate as a community on Twitter unless he follows you.
Yeah, again, they're missing a little trick here, which is that all that vacuum that they're talking about, that this other part of communicating as a community that Phil refuses to offer, and he really strictly regulates his chat. It creates this. What they're doing, they are that. They're keeping him relevant. They're talking about him. They're, you know, in the discords. They're making videos. They're the Phil community. Like, imagine Asmongold's a big streamer, and there's a community of people. Some of them making videos. I make videos talking about his ideas and things. You know, reaction content to Asmongold, who reacts to other things, and you know, the community keeps. Asmon's got a Reddit and all that. That's going on for Phil. It's just, it's detractors. It's this other stuff that's above my head. It's detractors. It's not. It's not what he wants, and he's not in control of it. It's mainly people who are cross with him, but it does exist. It's just, as I said, it's detractor.
There's no members or even, you know, whatever Discord channels. So he says anyway. There might be that moderator one still.
I didn't want that anyway.
The hub of his community is his stream chat.
I did want that. Shit, should have put Cho out.
And you can. There's only certain things you can say there. So what kind of community is that?
It.
You know, it's not.
He was also considering closing down DSPgaming.com because apparently nobody uses it anymore. And another thing is, even if you're not proactive enough to make your own Discord or whatever for your community, if people like you enough, they're gonna do it by themselves. They're gonna take the initiative themselves.
I think it was a mistake to play wild.
And people don't like him enough to like make a Discord and talk about DSP and like be DSP fans. They just don't.
Yep. And I found there was someone that did that. Like in the first 2 years, there was someone that put like DSP clips together. There actually was people that did that. But that's those days are. What are you gonna put together now? What's a funny clip of DSP now? Like, whoa!
Yeah.
59 pounds.
He did ask him to do that though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It was yesterday. He was asking people to go and clip stuff and do highlights so he can make them into shorts.
And if you just came into this blind and you heard about this guy, you didn't know any of the you know, the big stuff that we all know about, and all you know is, okay, he streams and he makes, or he hopes to make, what, $100 a stream minimum.
This is it, fantastic, Mr. Sam. A new audience member to Phil's stream will, like, at first, it's actually quite casual viewing. He's playing games, they're reasonably modern games. He's talking, and like, because he's restricted on what he talks about, because he doesn't have a world view. You know what I mean? Like, because of that restriction in his thinking, it's actually quite narrow. Like, we're talking about computer games, the game, some food. You know, if you're about 14 or whatever, it's easy viewing, or whatever age. I'm not being ageist, but it's easy viewing. You're watching someone play a game like any other stream. So if you're new into it, there's that. And then it does seem a bit weird that you've got this hat goal and this constant begging. but you probably feel like some streamers who have goals and you know, probably you understand it in the language of streaming. I would say so. It's not that abstract. I don't know. What would you think if you're a new streamer? And I watched it myself as an open-minded person, and it was okay for a bit. And then I made a suggestion in chat about like you know how we've got background music now, Zelda, relaxing music playing in the background. I suggested that he did that, and he said, "Why would I want to do that when I'm playing games? I've got game music from the game." And I wanted to reply, "Well, because right now you're talking and there's no game music." And someone else in chat said it's not a bad idea. That, you know, it's a standard thing. I was being positive and helpful. I wasn't being a troll. I even worded it in the right way. You know, at DSP Gaming, enjoying the stream. Have you ever considered using game music? You know, thumbs up. And he was like, his actual tone to me was condescending and rude. It was just like, why would I want to do that, you idiot? He didn't say you idiot, but he said, why would I want to do that? I've got game music. Anyway, right, next question. It was like, I asked him a stupid question. Which I don't think I did. Wrong Reno, that one please.
We're gonna have some fun.
So after that initial, you know, I watched the Turtles one as well. Fucking obs, man. No. Reconnection successful. So I assume I've still got a stream running. How's that happened? I'm plugged in at the wall. No. Am I still running? I think so. Am I still running? Yeah, I am, yeah. So, his streaming, you know, his content is reasonable. It's not awful. It could be worse. It could be a lot better, obviously, but reasonable. And the thing is, he's consistent. He's always on. So, if you turn it on YouTube, you're just going with what the the algorithm suggests, and because he's got a lot of views, he gets suggested. I don't know how that works, don't know how it happens, don't know how he gets that many views, but he does. So, it's not a trap or anything, but you fall into just watching it and saying, oh, this isn't awful. That's the way I feel. Rush and Wind Fury. You can see this coming. Bollocks. At least we're triggering the secrets anyway. Yeah, so I think I can see how initially, if you're uninitiated, you might even, you know, think it's a bit naff, but maybe have a little sympathy for the guy, or I've seen a lot of streams that maybe have lower quality production values and stuff, but because they're consistent, they're on there all the time. Like if you're just into the latest games and you just want someone chatting bollocks while they play the latest games, it's not like, it's a stream, isn't it? And it's on there consistently, so it finds an audience. And I actually thought this about Phil as well. Here's another thing I thought about Phil, is we're coming to this, these detractors are coming to this from the minds of ethical thinking people, but actually, remember, not everyone out there is an ethical thinking people, are they? Oh god, I'm fucked now anyway, I'm dead, I'm gonna have to play Reno. I want to be able to pop off with my special archivist, but I'm gonna have to play Reno. I'm gonna die. So yeah, I think this is another important point, right? Which is that Phil has detractors and he has some fans, and he's on the internet, and it's a big place, and he's been there for a long time. So maybe there are some people out there who, like Phil, are like Phil, and they like Phil. You know, that's not, because maybe there are some people who feel like they've been bullied, who feel like, you know, the overweight white kid in the gang. I don't know, like, I can't exactly describe what I'm trying to say here in my mind, but whoops. Let's just play this anyway for a bit of fun, look. So, I've got Dredge. I didn't. I'm dead anyway. So, I think there might be some. Like, imagine this, right? Imagine this. We think of Phil as a bit of a condescending, rude person, a bit selfish, a bit spoiled, likes fast food. You know, he's not like, he's a gamer, but he's not like a prop. I don't say proper. I'm gatekeeping gaming now. What am I doing? You know, he's a gamer, full stop. But he's not like in today's day and age on Twitch and stuff. You know, PC gaming, playing the trending games that he refuses to do. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's a gamer, but he's stuck in a console generation. He's not branched out and opened up into these new horizons that have been available to us. So, like, what I'm describing might actually sound like an average 14-year-old middle American or upper well-off American boy. Got his parents have bought him both an Xbox and a PlayStation, feed him burgers, and he's the only child. And you know, people like Phil. So maybe they feel like, oh, I don't like some of these other people, and you know, people are different to me. But this guy, I resonate with him. I see a bit of me in him. Do you know what I mean? Maybe he's got people who support him and like him because they themselves are dicks. That's an idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
You would think, oh, okay, well, there must be something to this. You know, there must be a reason for this. You know, and you go in there and it's just like, what's this? You know, what? There's this grey-looking guy staring off at a game. He's either shouting at someone in his chat or he's not saying anything.
And then there's two other angles. There's people that maybe I had a bit of a joke there. You know, maybe resonate with him for different reasons than us. I'll just say that instead, and it's, you know, a better way of saying it. There's also people who watch it as car crash TV, like reality TV. This doesn't look very good. What's going on here? He's put a hat on. Look at this guy, and literally, you know, have a ironic viewpoint of it. There's actual detractors. Like, there's all sorts of people on a spectrum watching Phil, where a normal stream, but you know what I mean, someone who doesn't have this controversy floating around them, who doesn't have these obvious fallacies ever present in his content, you know, do you know what I'm saying? Like, and a more mundane stream is less interesting. In general, doesn't matter which perspective you're coming from. So there's actually something to it, isn't there? I can see why people watch. Like, these people watch Phil, don't they? They're talking about him. They're keeping him relevant. The worst thing to be, Oscar Wilde said, you know, it's better to be talked about than not be talked about, isn't it? You know, no news is bad news. No news is good news. I don't know which one it is. You know, Donald Trump put his name in the papers, even though it was for funny reasons, National Enquirer, but he rang them up and asked them to put the name in. You want your name floating about? You want people having questioning ideas? You know, I might check out his stream. I might look at what this man is, who this man is. That's how you get people watching your stuff. Phil's got this added benefit of a whole. Like, they're saying bad things about him, so people are coming in through maybe a negative avenue, but they're coming in. Like, these people are not talking about me on my stream, are they? So I'm not getting like at the end of one of these phoning it ins, let's say 10 or 20 people watch this that haven't heard about Phil. I'm doing it now. They talk about Phil, I'm doing it now. I ended up watching his stream for a bit, having a look at it. You get people coming in, and then they're maybe open-minded enough, or whatever. You know, I'm not saying that we should support Phil, because obviously I think his past indiscretions regarding racism and other things haven't been apologised or shown. He hasn't shown that he's grown. He's just sort of said that he's grown and put the disclaimer up. But you know, I don't know about the truth. Anywho, I can see, my point is that I can just see why this is. It all feeds into people watching him, and then when you're watching him, you're there, you're in the stream, you're watching him. If it can become a habit, even for a negative reason, it becomes a habit, and then like people are not going to tip you and support you if they're not even watching. So if you've got them in there and they're watching, you're halfway to winning that battle if you feel. The detractors, he's actually seen, I've heard the tip being made, and I heard it said, he was actually given a tip and someone said, I used to be a troll, but you know, now I've grown up, I think trolling's a bit childish, so I apologise, here's some money. And like, I've moved on, you've moved on, here's some money. And Phil said, yeah, like, you know, this is the thing that really bugged me and switched me right off him, was he said, yeah, you know, we've both grown up, I've grown as well over the years, and, you know, I'm not the same silly kid that I used to be. I used to do some trolling too, and I used to be mean to some people too, but now I'd rather concentrate on myself and just make myself happy. That's what he said. He didn't say, and I, just like you, have said sorry to them and apologised and moved forward in a reparational way. No, he didn't say that. He said, I've decided to be selfish and just concentrate on myself. So he didn't even understand the concept, you know, but so he hadn't grown and moved on. But I'm sure lots of people, you know, halfway to becoming a fan, to becoming a, it doesn't matter if you're a fan or whatever, you know, people used to watch boxers they hated so they could watch them get punched in, but they'd watch them, they'd buy the ticket, you know, king of hate. It's all part of the view count.
Playing a game, and it's just like, you know, just think about the money to...
And that fact makes me feel a little bit less guilty about discussing Phil in these negative ways on the internet, because I feel like I might be bullying the man. You know, every drop of water accounts to the storm. So if Phil just feels defeated and pushed down and defeated, even though he's a bit of a shit, I don't want to be the person doing that to him. But at the same time, he's a really good example of something that's really interesting. Look at the conversation I'm having now with you about this. So I want to get Steve on, I want to start talking about it, using Phil as a content catalyst. He's out there on the internet, he's open, he said himself that he's open to that, he's happy for people to do that and this to go on, he's not going to copyright strike it. So, you know, there we stand.
To lack of...
But maybe just not watching him at all. The best way to deal with someone that you really don't like is to just not watch them at all. If all of the detractors, I reckon, if we, this should be, they should do this, I'll talk to Steve, they should do this, is they should, all of the detractors should say, right, on this day, at this time, we're going to all just turn off from Phil, unsubscribe, we're going to spend a week or 2 weeks not even watching it. Phil Watch is dark, we are going dark, detractors are going dark, not, you know, secret account, sock puppet account, having a little look, nothing, don't even, you know, don't even open his stream. And then a week later, check the metrics, and you'll be able to account for how many people are detractors on the stream views. You'll be able to account for, you know, you'll see. I reckon it'll be a hard week for them to say, "Oh, I'm not even watching," to talk about something else for a week and a half. But when they go back to it and look at what's happening, he'll be in meltdown. All of a sudden, half of the viewership will have disappeared, if not more than half. If they do it as a coordinated, not attack, but removal of their eyes, just, we're going dark on Phil. That's the best way to deal with people on the internet if you don't like it, is to don't look at it, because it reduces their view count. But what's happening here is actually increasing Phil's view count. You know, negativity, conversation. Look at Kanye West wanting desperately to stay relevant. You know, it's relevance, isn't it, in a way?
You know, click channels ratio for all, you know, that kind of thing.
Fuck that. Think about the money to viewers. You know, that's one thing Phil has mastered. Has got maximum money from minimum people. That's the magic of DSP. Let's get real. He has extracted maximum members and maximum money from a minimum viewership, right? Like, what do we? I don't know. We have 100 people watching us or whatever. If Phil has like double that, that's like his average day stream, right? And he manages to get like.
And I find that incredible that he has more than 200 people every day.
You know, the whales come in and give him easily. He expects $1 a viewer, basically, or like double $1 a viewer, right? I mean, that's incredible. That's literally incredible.
But I think that's, again, a bit of a hangover from Phil's old. Like, he was at a point once where he was probably getting something like that, with his deals through agents and, you know, his view counts and stuff. I think he was doing quite well, and I think he expects a certain amount of return. And I think he also expects, because Twitch, there was more of a culture of, because he's come over from Twitch, hasn't he? You know, bounces back between the two as he gets banned, but Twitch is more of a culture of tipping and donating, and I think he's seen other streamers who get consistent donations. Oh, thanks, so and so's just subscribed, thanks for that, thanks for the $5, thanks for that, you know, going on. I watch Limmy's always saying, oh, thanks for the $5, you know, whatever. I get tips, I say thank you. Right. So I think he's seen that and he thinks it's just standard. Like you said, I think he expects it. But not in like a, oh, what a screw up, what a horrible, but because he's like quite a simple, like we do know this of Phil, he views things in quite a simple, straightforward sort of way, maybe not always correct, and he might just say, look, this is what happens on the internet. But I imagine him explaining it to his mom, look, Mom, you might not understand this, but people play video games on the internet, and people give them money for playing video games, and 200 people equals $200. And I bet his parents said, you can't play video games for a living, you've got to get a proper job. And I bet he probably said, fuck you, I can do it. Look at all the money coming in. Oh, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm a professional video game player. And as a professional video game player, he isn't just some streamer. Like, you know, Johnny, no socks me. I've got socks on, but you know, just me out here. I don't expect $200 because who am I, right? But Phil thinks he's superstar Darksyde Phil from the Street Fighter 2 scene, and he's a bit of a someone on YouTube. You know, PewDiePie would get the money, won't he? I should get the money. I'm Darksyde Phil. Well, of course, these people are going to tip me. That's what they do with streamers who are big, and I'm a big streamer. So I was surprised when he don't get tips, because that's what he believes the culture is. And again, I think that's him unable to perceive the shifting sands. You know, the culture is not that, and maybe at some point it looked like it might be that from his perspective, but it's not that.
Who expects
Basically.
that?
It's insanity. Like we've said before, you know, with memberships, you know, he has way too many memberships to the amount of people that actually talk in his chat. So. Yeah,
but not. It's just the other thing. So few people talking in chat, but so many members, so many memberships, so many views. Where are these other? I think are they accounted for these other views? Like where are these? And these. It seems a bit strange, doesn't it? It does. It's almost as if someone's buying views. But again, you know, fantastic, Mr. Sam said it seems ridiculous or extraordinary, but it happens for Phil on a weekly basis. But he does get those hundreds of dollars. Like the streams I've watched, he's got hundreds of dollars. So you can laugh at it and say it's ridiculous to expect it, but he gets it. Maybe he's getting it in a, like we said, maybe he's tipping himself, maybe it's not, maybe he's not. There is that. But assuming all things, you know, as seen, you know, it's ridiculous, but it's happening.
Only person on the internet to have more members than viewers, right? That is it. That's incredible.
And
that's the magic.
He also ends up complaining about members not voting on polls enough as he would like them to.
Yeah. Why aren't you taking advantage of your wonderful gift you've been given, the permission to vote on polls? Like, it's some great joy to click a button and say, yeah, I want to see the shiny vest.
Exactly.
He's just encouraging engagement, and he knows that if you call it out, it's been... The thing is, if you go into YouTube Creator Studio, they tell you to make calls to action. If you're watching this and you haven't clicked like yet, what are you doing? You know, like, they tell you to do it. So he's just doing what he's told as marketing technique. If you're not going to request the engagement, they're not going to engage. So you request the engagement and then they engage. So job done. I've learned to request the engagement, and you know, he persistently and consistently does it.
They're either gifted memberships that people don't really care about. You know, they've just been given a membership to someone that they happen to be watching, or they're not a real person. They're just a sock account. So, you know, there's your answer.
All right, we got 3 callers left. We're having a lot of fun tonight. 3 callers left. And that we'll call it for this one. Let's get you in here. Lefty, definitely a legendary caller. Like to see you in the room here. Lefty, come on in, buddy. There you are. How's it going, my friend? Question or comment? Go ahead.
Hello, you guys
Hey.
hear me?
Can
Oh
hear
my
you.
god, mic on. Well, that's a little overused.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I'll start out. I don't think I have to speak this week, but you guys watched that clip I sent y'all last week?
Which one?
The one where he's playing PUBG. I will admit that when that happened live, I was watching Tevin's stream, and it was a little bit more exciting when I saw him. So, anyway.
Yep.
My question is, maybe somebody already asked.
I've got to leave it to run a little bit, because otherwise I'm never going to get to bed. I want to finish this little podcast and get to bed. But another weird thing about Darksyde Phil is I've learned from being on the internet, from playing Genshin Impact, that if you play the same game consistently, then you can develop as a streamer. Like, streaming these days, variety is very difficult, but within a niche is much more easy to grow. And what streamers tend to do is they find a game that's like their game, World of Warcraft streamer, Final Fantasy streamer, and they, you know, going hard on the time and the commitment, and the community find them, they become part of the community, and it helps them to grow. And then from that position of growth, like, this is happening for me now with Genshin Impact. I've done 2 years, maybe a year, I did a year of all different games, seeing what was this, what was that, getting my stream sorted into rights, bit of trial and error, and then found Genshin Impact, and it helped us grow, and really enjoying it. So if I'm sensible, if I'm a sensible streamer, I'm a professional streamer. If I'm sensible, I'll continue playing Genshin Impact, and it takes a while. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not like, because Darksyde Phil himself has actually played Genshin Impact. It's not like you just play the first, Mondstadt quests, get the end boss done. Dude, I've done a week of Genshin Impact. I've not got a response from the community. That's it. It's not that. You have to do it for like a year. Well, I did it for 3 months before I started seeing a response from the community with my edits. But you have to commit. You have to be in that game and part of the. You have to know what you're talking about, be in it, and enjoy. Maybe not know what you talk about, but be consistent in it. So Phil is never going to get that with any of the games he plays. The closest he's got is Bassmaster at the moment, because he plays it once a week. Like, it should be Street Fighter, but that. No offense to any of the fighting game community, but it's not big, is it anymore? Like Street Fighter, it's not going to grow. So for Phil, I can't believe you played your null. Cheeky buggers, I've got a null. Null for a null. Should we null each other? Or shall I play this? And then I'll play this. And I'm actually going to take that. It's going to make my null a little bit cheaper than your null. So I actually think that Phil, it doesn't matter what game, playing Earthbound all the way through and then binning it off, and then playing this all the way through and then binning it off, and then playing this all the way through and then binning it off, and then I'm playing Splatoon once a week for about 6 weeks and then binning it off. Like, he's never giving anything a chance to come to fruition and grow. And if in all that time he just played one game, and this is the problem with being a sort of console gamer in a more modern generation, he's trying to play every console game that comes out, all the big ones, thinking that that's what nowadays young kids, like when he was young, you'd look forward to the new release, you'd get it, you'd play it, you'd be done with it after a few months, the next new release, can I have the new game, Mom? Nowadays they're all just playing Fortnite over and over and over again. They're all playing Minecraft over and over. If, look at the Minecraft community online, and look at, I'm just going to draw a card with that. It's just a cheap card draw. I know I'm not going to play it, but no, I do get to play it. Cheeky bugger. And we'll dredge up. Probably dredge the dredge. Oh, and a shadow step, I can play that, look. Although it's really handy for this, but now I'm building a big Edwin all of a sudden. So that was a nice turn. Yeah, so if Phil just committed and chose one game, and like he has done with Street Fighter over the years, but it was a bit more of a, like nowadays what you expect to see from a streamer a bit. Oh no, they're going to build an even bigger Edwin. We're in trouble. We're in trouble here. Then, oh look, no, they've buggered it up. Yeah, Phil could grow. He could move into this new world of he could have been a Fortnite streamer, but he's not. He's refused to do it, and he's yielding the rewards. Oh, they've got a cheap Edwin for next turn, the buggers. I better do something big here now. It'd be great if I could steal their Edwin, wouldn't it? I'm not going to get a chance. I can make Edwin even bigger with that. Edwin this and Edwin that. It's Edwin this and Edwin that with you.
Let's see, what do I take?
I'm going to take... If I take the Far Watch post... I can't get it up though, can I? Can I draw a card? Is there any way I've got of drawing a card? Shit. Tradable, let's hope I get it. Go on, give it me, give it me. Yes. Look at this. Tradable takes the card off the top, doesn't it, of course? So now when you do your Edwin, all your things are going to cost one more, and it's going to fuck up your Edwin. You don't like that, do you? My hand's full. But you're going to play Edwin, draw a card, and try and play it, and draw a card and try and play it, but it's going to be expensive now. Yeah, so Phil's never going to grow in the more modern sense of how a streamer would. I've seen it for myself. Doing a lot of different variety every week. Very difficult, unless you've already got a bit of growth, you've already got a few eyes on you, and then the variety you do, like my Genshin Impact stuff, I'm now up to the point where we're getting, say, in streaming, if you have like say 6 people watching your stream regularly, then you're actually in the top 20% of streamers, or 40%, I think it is 40%, and then the next step up of like say 25 people, that's the 20%, and then like when you get to 200 people watching your stream, you're in the top 1% of streamers. That's the actual stats of it on Twitch anyway, with discrepancies because of its averages and there's view bots out there and rubbish accounts, but most people stream to no one, most people, and then only the small percentage get big. So with Genshin Impact, with us, our stream, me, it's actually, I've noticed that on Twitch I can do like 2 or 3 people average a stream, getting up to that top 40% now, and then the videos that I release on YouTube, the uploads later of the playthroughs, can get maybe 40 views, and that sounds like tiny peanuts, doesn't it? But I'm a small streamer who's growing, and on Twitch itself the videos get another 40 views after I've done them, so in total I'm getting about 100 or so people watching my Genshin Impact content now. I sound really weird now, but I'm getting 100 or so people that are interested in the Genshin Impact stuff, consistent, regular. That's good, that's really good. So I've noticed that growth, I've noticed the new names, the new people. When we do a different stream and talk about conspiracy theory debunking or something, they don't all come over and watch it, but maybe 1 or 2 will. And when I do the conspiracy theory debunking, I'm gathering a bit of an audience for that, and about 40 or 50 people will watch that, and they're different people. So I'm building slowly in 2 different ways, in the variety way and the consistent Genshin Impact way. I know that if I made a bit more Genshin Impact content, if it's specific videos about this, got really hardcore into it, loads of shorts and all that, I could grow even faster. I know it's there for me if I wanted to do that. I'm happy the way I'm doing things, and it means I grow slightly smoother and slower. But for Phil, I don't think he realises, if you got hold of editing, if you understood how to use shorts, if you committed to one game, that the right balance would be a really big player base. Obviously you want that, don't you? More people that are going to watch. When you go on Twitch, we'll do it now, just have a quick look, I'll show you. Thanks for your fireworks. I'm just speaking for this guy here, I'm just talking to nobody, but Twitch please, just do Twitch. Not my dashboard, just Twitch. And then I'll go to upstairs, downstairs here, I'll show you what I mean. So the first thing that happens on Twitch is these suggested ones have got thousands and thousands of viewers. They get the suggestion because they've got more viewers. But we're going to try and see, Twitch is a bad website for browsing. Let's browse by games. So what it will show you, even with games, is the first one on top list is the one with the most viewers. Most viewers, most viewers, most viewers. So what you want is a lot of viewers, isn't it, if you're going to stream a game, because more people potentially watching your game. But there's a balance, there's like a ratio you have to hit, because maybe Valorant's got the most viewers out there, it's got nearly 100,000 viewers right now, but it might have 100,000 streamers, and they might all have 1 viewer. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be struggling amongst 100,000 people to try and get views, because what tends to happen is the bigger streamers get all the views, and there's like 99,999 people not getting any views, and it's hard to differentiate yourself from that 99,999. Whereas something like World of Warcraft here with 30,000 viewers, or Minecraft with 30,000 viewers, might have a smaller number of people. Minecraft's probably not. It's probably a bad example. Hearthstone used to be a good example of it. I think Genshin's a good example of it in the West, where you've got a lot more people playing it and watching it out there than there are potentially creating content in that ratio. So if Minecraft has only got, say, 100 people online doing Minecraft streaming now, whereas Valorant's got 100,000, it's easier to get up the list in Minecraft. Like, there might be a smaller pie, but there's fewer people trying to bite at that pie. It's easier to get noticed, it's easier. I think Genshin is like that in the West, because it's not as popular in the West as it could be. No, it's not on that list there, is it? Where's the list? Show me the full list. I just want the full list of games, you fuck. Recommended games. Why is it? See, it's so hard to navigate, isn't it? I can't even get the full list of games. And that's what I just want. Just put search games. I want just a list of all the games that are on Twitch. It's fucking shit, isn't it? Twitch. For this. Recommended. Can I not click recommended games? Like, you usually get the whole big list of them all. I don't know why it's not working for me. Anyway, I think Genshin Impact would probably be maybe 16k views now, or 10k, like somewhere below Minecraft here onto the right hand side. But the people that are out there that like Genshin Impact, and there's just not that many people streaming it compared to the amount of people streaming World of Warcraft, say. So you know what I'm saying, you hear what I'm saying. You need to hit this good ratio of number of viewers versus number of streamers. And if there's too many streamers, doesn't matter how many viewers there are, if there's too many streamers and the big ones are too big, you as a little fish are not going to be able to swim up that stream as easy. So Valorant might be good for some people, not good for others. But all those things I've just described, Phil's not doing any of that. Because he'll play Valorant for a week and a half and then that's it, I've done that, I'm binning it off, it's gone. And anyone in the community that might think, oh, hello, this is a new Valorant streamer, I quite like this guy, you know, I'll watch him, he's gone next week, your game's not, the only thing that's been consistent over the years is Street Fighter 2, hasn't it? And where does that on this list? Let's have a look. Street Fighter 2. Just put Champion Edition or Turbo, I don't know, just put Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition. 2 viewers. Street Fighter 2 Turbo. 1 viewers. So there's no market for that. You can't grow in that, you know. Put Genshin Impact. 1.6 million followers for the official Genshin Impact. What about the game itself? 8,000 viewers, like I said, coming up to 10,000, yeah? About 8,000 viewers. I wonder if I can find out how many streamers there are. The top streamers here have got 200 viewers, like I said, that would be really good for me. I'd be like, wow, 800 there, somebody, 200, yeah? And then you scroll down, and down here, you're getting into the 20s and 10s. So I'd be appearing around here. So you see how I can actually appear on this list. You know, I can get maybe sometimes 10, 20 people maybe. These are people who are all streaming. You know, you've got to get on that list, haven't you? So it's about how many followers, 4.7 million, how many viewers, and how many big streamers there are and small streamers there are. You know, what games is Phil playing? Like Bassmaster. Bassmaster. Does that exist? Bassmaster Classic. No live channels. So maybe he's got the corner of the market there. He can be the only one. Do you know what I'm saying? He can be the only one. So you have to do this ratio thing. You have to work out where the best. You don't have to do that. You don't have to play the game that's the best suited to enabling your stream to grow. Like Fortnite, for example. On Fortnite, it's got 46,000 viewers, so like 10 times more, or nearly, you know, 5 times more viewers than Genshin Impact. But the top channels aren't even getting that many views nowadays, and there's fucking millions of them, 1 billion million. Like, there's millions of them. So maybe going into Fortnite now is difficult as a content creator, but maybe picking on a new game or a different game or something, like, you've got to be thinking like this in terms of choosing a game for stream if you want to grow in these contexts. But Phil just thinks the latest Xbox game, I'll play that. I'll play it till I've completed it and throw it in the bin. Like, he doesn't understand how this works, and when he does want to play a game consistently over a period of time, it's totally the wrong games for stream growth. You know, Bassmaster is chill and fun, and if you've already got a bit of a content cycle around chill, fun, like Limmy does truck driving and stuff like that, it would suit your stream, okay. But if it's not, he's not playing this game, so we can't expect any growth. That's what I'm saying.
Since I tuned in late, but what would Phil spend his money on if Gacha didn't exist?
Something else, some other nonsense mobile game, I guess. I don't know. Let's take away mobile games. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is there'd be some addiction because he's got Like, he has a problem. Yeah, mobile games aren't the
I agree with this, and I also wonder, because of all the snorting and stuff, whether he's got some other problem, involving snorting and stuff. People seem to think I'm way off with that, but I don't know. I've seen people live with what they call, what do they call it? Being functional addicts, I don't know.
problem. They're just filling the gap. But what else would fill the gap if mobile games didn't?
Yeah, statues and stuff. Bernie Gore says it right? But you saw, he's like, all statues. Like that fucking condo, it's so many statues. Do you watch that? It's the kitchen table, the bar. This would be good for parties and stuff. Yeah. He says that there.
When you've got a bit of money and it's easy money, spending it is actually quite fun. Getting stuff, going out and shopping in today's capitalist system, it can be quite fun. I'm not going to say, it doesn't give you a dopamine response. And if you like spending, you like spending. And I would say that Phil, unlike the way I live, and this might be different for some people, but Phil seems to factor shopping in as like a standard thing that you just sort of do. Going shopping now, I'm going to go and do some shopping. I always got things to buy. Just the buying itself of whatever, and it's not mundane items just for your kitchen. I'm pretty sure he doesn't need all the stuff he goes to go and buy all the time, eating out all the time. I think just buying stuff itself, the act of transaction is part of that.
Just all statues. Every single inch is statues.
Like when you see those clips of him actually showing off the statues and those vintage clips, it's actually kind of depressing how much money he wasted on actual garbage. And he's not even like a collector.
It's a bit unfair to say that, because some people enjoy. He was going to say about collecting. Some people enjoy the art. Some people enjoy collecting. It's one man's junk is another man's treasure. And you're allowed to spend your money how you feel. So I think it's a little unfair to critique him for his decision of hobby. When there are other people out there who other people might collect Michelangelo statues. Legitimate art is art, isn't it? So if that's his favourite kind of art and that's his way of feeling happy with the things he's buying, his fetishisation of objects. Some people I didn't buy this, my sister did, but had I bought this, I'd have bought it for a reason, because I like the mug and I like the, that's my choice. Stupid Scott for buying a mug with a thing on it. It's just a mug. Everything in life that you buy is a statue, isn't it? Some items are more functional. I'm getting use out of this laptop and this microphone, but I didn't have to have this microphone. So I think it's a bit rich to just say, oh, fuck Phil for choosing how to spend his money when it was going good for him and he had a bit of money around. But
Sector where it's tastefully arranged and like look behind Sam. This is a great background with all the stuff you got. It's tastefully made. The dude just threw them all in a pile of garbage that he spent thousands and thousands of.
And that is true. He did. He could have put them up on the shelf on the white wall and shot against the white wall, but instead he shot into the kitchen with the camera shot, just showing a whole mess.
Dollars on.
And Meerkat, with you. Oh, sorry. Go. Meerkat.
I've got to let it play for the last 15 minutes because otherwise we'll never finish.
You a long time ago said that, like Project 7, he spent all that money on toys.
Yep.
That he's like, oh, I can use these for procs. And like, yeah, no, not really.
No,
that's not why you're buying them. So,
yeah, he just bought stuff without a plan. Remember that? He just bought stuff like, I thought maybe we could use this. $200 props. Just like, maybe we could use it.
Literal
Who does
children's
that?
toy. Like, you're a 30-ish-year-old man buying all these kids' toys that are overpriced. And yeah, like I said, he's not even a collector. He just throws them in the closet, and then they're just in the closet now until he pulls them.
And again, he missed a trick there, because some channels made a whole channel out of that, just going and buying the toys, unboxing them, showing them. He just did it for fun and had them in the videos sometimes, but didn't realise he could actually make content about it and edit it and create a format. And he was there early on YouTube. He could have been really successful with that.
And he's like, oh wow, look at this, and he throws them back in
The things they critique him for, he could have leaned into and turned into successes.
closet after he gets his money.
He could be the biggest toy doll statue channel on YouTube.
And yeah, it's supposed to be a great thing to show your fans that they're going to be so excited about stuff that they bought with their donations earlier. They'll be happy to see those things again, right? I love how my money went to this good thing that's now stuck in his closet in the corner, like that piece of fan art. Remember?
And definitely not disclosed on his bankruptcy, by the way. Definitely didn't commit fraud there, but we're just gonna gloss over that.
Just forget about that. Yeah, who cares about?
I feel like
the truth?
I feel like the obvious answer that I don't know, I think we've probably mentioned it, but is booze, isn't it? That's the one thing that we know he spends a lot of money on. I'd almost kind of respect him more if he had some sort of like passion for collecting stuff. You know, like at least you can see the thing that he's
collecting WWE champions.
You know, that he's building or whatever.
WWE champions, huh?
Well, you see that those things that he was collecting, and I'm talking
just
more
be a whale
like
screen.
about the Blu-ray stuff, because he had a big wall of
Oh,
Blu-rays.
yeah.
And I know this stupid motherfucker does not know the first thing about a movie. He can't name a director. He can't notice good cinematography from bad one, good directing from bad one, acting, and so on. He doesn't know anything about anything. So he's just buying stuff sort of for the clout and for it to be like a status symbol, and so he can call himself a fan of something or a buff of something. It's like to have some kind of fake identity for something.
Yeah.
That's why he bought all those statues as well from like franchises that he doesn't even care about. He got like a Left 4 Dead statue, he got a Team Fortress statue that is like big, expensive collector's edition level stuff. And he doesn't care about those franchises, you know?
I could also see Phil going into these shops where they sell this stuff, and maybe you know how he is. You know how he is. This is a bit of insight here. But I've got a bit of a nose for this sort of stuff sometimes. So imagine Phil goes into the local game store and he's a bit of a chuffer, isn't he? And they don't like him, and he's a bit of a chuffer, and they make fun of him or whatever. And he thinks he's a big. You know, he's like, I'm this big Super Nintendo star, I'm this big Street Fighter player, and maybe some of the local people think he's a bit of a chuffer and like laugh at him or what have you. So then he goes back in with after he's got his Super Nintendo success and his YouTube success, and says, right, I'll just have the most expensive statue in the shop, please. Big cheese now, aren't I? Look at all these kids in this shop. Oh, they all love the statue. Oh, I can't afford that. Oh my God, this guy's buying the statue in the shop. Like local celebrity all of a sudden, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? I bet he got some sort of he perceived social status, and I bet he inflated his ego to go in the shop and buy the expensive statues, and not just once, but to be a regular. And maybe the guy in the shop, like I said, had offended him in some way. You know what he's like. Maybe he wants to prove to everyone how big and successful and cool he is. So he's gone back to his old local game store where somebody might have offended him, and he's bought the most expensive fucker in the shop. And another aspect of this, I could imagine, is maybe he's friends with someone in the shop and they're convincing him to buy this stuff, and he's a bit impressionable in a way and wants to look cool, so they've told him this is cool, and he's there and he's like, oh, I'll buy it, then I'll buy it, you know what I mean? Like maybe he's impressionable in that way, and he's being like the person that's selling these statues is a really good salesman or woman person.
Oh, he doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah, like it's cool if you like. Okay, let's say I like Metroid, buy Metroid statue. He was buying things like he shit on the game. He's like, all right, I got a statue though. Well, what the fuck is a statue for?
Yeah.
you don't have to buy every fucking statue possible. And those racks, you undersold the DVDs he had. He had racks of DVDs. Like,
oh yeah.
I don't know how many it was, but he had a fuck ton. Also, remember when he moved to Seattle, he bought that TV. He thought he was so proud.
The DVD spending is just like. It's like what I said, it's enjoying swiping the card and just buying something, and because you don't have anything specific really to buy, and you're in the supermarket or whatever, and there's DVDs that count, you know, there's another $10, I'll take that one, oh, these two are on sale, I'll take two of these. You know, it's just like enjoying spending money on another item. It's a fetish thing, an objectification, enjoyment of buying little things, and DVDs are easy in that way, and they're abundant, aren't they?
Like, I didn't get that 4K bullshit, but I did get 3D TV. You know, he was so proud. He didn't buy 4K, but he did get 3D. So you just have to let us know that he can't get a P on 1080p TV. What are you, crazy? But 3D TV, guys. I got a 3D TV.
I can kind of relate to like buying and hoarding DVDs or Blu-rays and stuff like that. You know, I've had phases where I'll just keep pouring money into it. I never even fucking watch the things. I just collect them, you know. And, but the trick is to realise when you're skint and can't afford things, you know, and then you just stop, or you know, you cut down on it or whatever. And I don't think he has that capacity. Although he says he does frequently, you know, you hear it, oh, you know, I'm having to penny pinch, which usually just means I'm not buying the good cherry juice or whatever this week, or, you know, toilet rolls
penny
at
pinching for
Costco.
DSP? That's a good question.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, what's penny pinching for DSP? That's the question, right? Because what does it even entail? What is he not? What is he not getting with that penny pinching? Buying paper plates at Costco? I mean, bring it back full circle.
Just
All right,
just like I like to ask, what is a lot of money for DSP when he talks? Oh, I have to pay a lot of money. What is a lot of money? Is it $5,000? Because that's his business expenses per month. That's a massive amount of money for me. That's probably not a lot of money for him. It's a normal amount. So I would like to know, what's a lot of money? What is penny pinching? What are these like subjective things that he says?
That's a good question.
Yeah. I don't think he knows because he just everything like it's not real money because it just goes straight to Scopely and then he gambles it away and yeah, a lot of money is just more than he has now. Like the $5 tip is a lot of money. Like maybe not a massive amount of money, but then again, he scammed his viewers out of what $2,500 to reveal a cat.
But now that was the.
This deck's going so badly for me these
Yeah,
days.
didn't happen. Anybody that says is a hater, and it didn't happen, and now you're banned.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
All right, Lefty. Thanks so
Sam,
much, man. We got 2 more people to get to, so I'll let you go. But thanks, man.
I want to cite Sam. We had a mathematician on the show like 3 weeks ago that mentioned that he has been spending enough money on alcohol to have 7 shots per day, every day, for 7 years straight.
Yep.
So I don't know how much more he could possibly spend on alcohol than he currently does. So anyway, that's it. I'm out of here. Thanks
You're a
for having me on,
legend. Lefty is a legend. Also, Barrett, with that's members, Bob. You are definitely a legend. Thanks so much for that, my friend. 2 more callers left, and let's get him in here. New call here. I don't believe I've seen your name before, but I'm wrong about that. I remember a name. I don't think I've seen you before. First time caller. See if we can get you in here. Wadro, gonna give you a minute or so more. Then we got less than a minute, 30 seconds or so. We got to get rolling here. We are definitely in overtime now, but we're not stalling for anything, unlike some people. We are literally just trying to get to all the calls. And all right, Quattro, I'm gonna skip you, and let's go to the last one. Skeletor in the house. Question or comment, my friend? Are you with us? Send us out on a bang.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem.
You know, about Kat, like before she lived with Phil, she moved something like 14 times. Actually, I'm serious. That was in the farm.
Skeletor left for a second. See if we can get him back here. Is that a fact? Anyone, Sam or Meerkat, you know that?
That was interesting.
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard about that. I would like to look at the data. I'm very curious about
Yes,
that.
Skeletor, where did you hear that from?
That was on the farm. Like that's. I don't want to do anything too personal, but you know.
Yeah.
Anyways, the interesting thing about that is after she moved in with Phil, she lived with one man for like 3 years. So I mean, Phil stabilized your life in a way. I guess that's one good thing.
Yeah. It's a good positive. But damn, 14 times.
Probably more. I mean, that's always.
I didn't hear what they were saying then.
Oh yeah.
Wow. 14 times. I don't know
Phil
what they're
has
going on
given
about.
her that stability. I guess that's a positive. Maybe that's why she's sticking around. We don't know. Anything else, Skeletor? Good time.
No, that's good.
All right, man. Dropping some lore here. We always appreciate the lore. I'm gonna give the one person one more chance here to be our last
too bad
caller.
we can't go and double check it because the farms are down, dude.
I know. Yeah.
I was curious about this. I'm interested where this comes from.
And it looks like that person is not going to join us, so that will do it, my friends. What a show!
Have we had based Oslo?
He's ready now as well.
Oh, let me make sure.
Yeah, get him in.
Get your ass in here. Sorry about that. If I did miss you, based Oslo. I apologize so much if I skipped you, my friend. I hope I did not do that. If I did, I apologize forever, and I'm sorry. Prayer hands for life for that. But based Oslo, question or comment?
What's up, fuckfaces? Good to be on the show.
Hey, what's up, shit poster boy? What's up? Welcome.
And this is a day another shekel on the dark side of the fucking internet. It's good to be back. I watched your little show grow, and I saw you were doing some call-ins, so I thought I would old man drunkenly stumble in here to see what the fuck's been going on. But clearly, it's been a lot of big bass fishing, which is just depressing to hear. I laughed. I was like, I'm done making shit posts. The old man's hanging it up. Phil's fucking boring. And then all this wacky shit happens. And I'm not gonna crawl back. I'm not gonna double back on my commitment because that'd be lame as shit. Imagine some people doing that. But I got some rapid fire things from other comments from the other callers, your other wonderful audience members. We should get DSP to play Postal on the Switch. That's the mass murder simulator. We got to get him and his amazing commentary, because I think a lot of people underplay DSP's amazing commentary, especially over the screams of mass murder. I think they would go well. Chocolate and peanut butter, sex and jazz. It's
Gin
great
and
to hear
juice.
that Cat
This
is
guy's a character, isn't he?
Gin and juice. It's great to hear that Cat is alive. I always thought she was a crack whore or fucking dead, buried in the back or in a deep freezer. So it's good to hear that she's alive. It's a bummer though that Phil's house didn't burn down because we were this fucking close to another Chris Chan comparison moment of these two fucking idiots burning down their goddamn houses. And that would have been
Fuck this
great.
up again.
That would have been worth talking
God,
about.
Yeah.
Oh. Fuck, what else do I have?
I don't like this
wrote
guy.
notes because I want to be.
I don't need to hear him talking shit. Chris Chan and all that. Like, I mean, Chris Chan turned out to be a rotter, didn't he? But for a while there, they were just bullying someone with mental health problems. So I'm not so big a fan of that. What am I going to do now? I've got issues. Issues of what car magazine?
Cool. Keep your enemies close, and your shit is closer.
I don't think I've got any death rattle minions, you know. But pumping up a bit of a test there now, aren't we?
My compliments to the ship. Glory, I'm here for the gold.
By my calculations, you need to chill out. Lucky I'm here.
I hope they don't kill this because I can bounce it again next turn with Zola. But if they do kill it, I'll bounce Tess instead. So. But yeah, I don't like this guy with his attitude.
Professional.
Please. What
Holy
would
shit,
you like?
yeah.
You
If
down
there's
for that?
anything he's good at is being a piece of shit, so let's get him back, man. Let's get the raw Phil.
That's just ad hominem attacks, and he has been. You know, you can question his behaviour and directly state what behaviour you don't like about him, but just calling him a shit online is a bit. I don't. That's not my vibe. So.
Why is he, for real, why is he faking trying to be a nice guy, like a well-adjusted, mature adult? He's not that guy. He's a piece of shit.
Well, agreed that you can behave a different way on the internet to how you really are, but if you behave in a nice, well-adjusted way and you moderate your behaviour and put that filter on, sometimes it might just be a filter, but also you're making that effort, aren't you? So you're not actually doing the bad things. So there's something positive to be said for it in a way as well. What am I doing now? They did clear my board, but this is still here, look. So I know I'm going to get hit with a lot of this shit, but I'm going to have another pop with this. I'm still seeing them take cards from their hand because it makes the biggest swing. Potentially I'm going to overdraw, but gives them fewer options to what they're going to do now. They have to try and draw. I've got a great big advantage in stuff in my hand, haven't I? What do I really want here now? Probably this. I'll probably just go face. Might win the last game of Pillager that we play for tonight.
Mature and he's an asshole. So let's make him say a bunch of sexist stuff. Let's get him deplatformed from every network for being too edgy. Let's get him streaming on Odyssey with Ethan Ralph and a bunch of other degenerates and having a weird circle jerk, man. Come on.
But the thing is, he's not rising to that bait, is he, Phil? He knows that people want to, bait him. But it's not fair if someone says something a bit off and you baited it out of them. Like, you need them to naturally be a fucking jerk and to be like that. And the thing is, Phil's not prepared to. He doesn't want to be on that deplatforming those other people. He doesn't want to lean into being a dickhead. You know, he wants to distance himself from it and try and not be a dickhead online. If not in his personal life and in reality, at least he's trying not to be a dickhead online. That's you've got to say that's like not negative, is it? It's in some way positive, I think. Might be wrong. But what's happened then? Fucking hell! Now I'm dead. I thought I was doing all right then. Now I'm dead. Do you know what I mean? I thought we were going to win that one, and now I'm dead. Unless I can maybe get that's 6 damage. I can't get the damage out of my hand, can I? Can I summon some dragons maybe that might save me? I don't think I can. I don't think this matters. No, it doesn't matter really, does it? I can discover a spell.
Beyond your comprehension.
It doesn't matter. I can't believe we lost this. Fuck. There goes my test. But they got enough damage on board just to end me, so there we go.
He needs to get into that point, because that's gonna make him way more money than he's making now. Pretend.
That's true though, what I said, if he leaned into it and just went full on, you know, Darksyde Phil just went full on Darksyde, it actually would make more money. And this, sometimes if you leave up the big things, your opponent gets confused and actually tries to clear your board, but not this time. Oh, I'm dead. Left with a bad feeling. And I've gone on for way too long tonight.
To be a nice person, and
that's
that's gonna
key.
be good for his soul because he's gonna thrive on being a piece of shit.
So I did get. I'm going to be a nice guy. This person been in the chat for the whole night. We're trying again, Quattro. Are you there with us? Last caller here officially. Still nothing. Still nothing, my friend. I've given you 3 chances. I'm. Oh, hello.
That was me.
That was me.
All right, man. Not working out today for you. I hope you call in next week. We can get it working for you. I tried 3 times though. Please don't.
Good show, you know, interesting talking points about DSP there on phoning it in. Good show. Have I been? I mean, you can see what it is, can't you? I don't have to type it in chat or anything. It's called Phoning It In. That being said, podcast. You know, I'm showing you what it is. I've been commentating about it, reacting. Fair use. Fair use. Fair dues. It's fair use. So you be good, my little podcast. You be good, and I'll be back on tomorrow, hopefully. These late nights are going on too late now. I need to bring myself in. I need to get myself to bed. You be good, my little podcast. Remember, if you can't be good, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning.